Deborah, the prophetess. Did you know Deborah was a judge of Israel, a warrior and a strong leader? She led the Israelites to victory against the Canaanites. A prophetess, a leader, her legacy supreme. She stood strong, guided her people with true leadership. In a time of doubt and fear, with a message so clear. Judges 4:6-7. And Deborah sent in called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kadesh Naphtali, and said unto him, Hath not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, Go and draw toward Mount Tabor, and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Zebulun. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God's plan, a duo, male and female, aligned, working together, hand in hand, executing God's plan with purpose and command. As co-creators, stewards of the land, reflecting God's image in every rebirth, united in every chapter of life with a shared vision. Together they achieve with precision and decision. Did you know? Genesis 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the Most High children's, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God's plan, a duo, male and female, aligned. Judge and know, Deborah, you know. Judge and know, judge and know. Judge and know, judge and know. So when you look at leadership, then Deborah sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kadesh Naphtali. Yeah, it said unto him, Hath not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, Go and draw towards Mount Tabor, and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Naphtali. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God's plan, a duo, male and female, aligned, working together, hand in hand, executing God's plan with purpose and command. As co-creators, stewards of the land, reflecting God's image in every rebirth, united in every chapter of life with a shared vision. Together they achieve with precision and decision. Did you know? Genesis 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the Most High children's, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. With Adam's help.
And all right, once again putting it down for you and yours with that beautiful opening. My. In the spirit of Proverbs 31st chapter, talking about the qualities of a virtuous and on-point woman. Yes, Lord. All right. So putting it down for you and yours, this is The Lion's Den, the segment titled The Conversation Continues. And we're your host, the one and only, the seventh dancer, Lady Karima, along with I, Brother Malachiah, Baby Hebrew. And of course, you know, on hiatus right now is the third leg or the third wheel that makes it happen. Yeshaya JT Robert. Him and I, we be talking, you know, during the course of the day and all that good stuff. But right now, it's the dynamic duo making it happen. Okay? And as always, when you tune to the Lion's Den, you know that from city to city and state to state without no follow-up, bleep, bloops, or blunders, we're going to always come working miracles and wonders because we give an honor to the Lord in Christ, remove all positive thoughts flow. And of course, you know the formula which makes the conversation continues work. The seven I's. And that's intelligence, integrity, inspiration, influence, independence, insight, and information. And of course, we know we come with the facts. That's FACTS. Frequently accurate, correct truths. And of course, the Lion's Den is the ultimate truthality social media platform because we roll with pride. That's PRIDE because we're always permanently ready and destroying evil, starting with our own. And you know that we're one of the many factions of the anti-coon movement. And what's a coon? Spelled COON, or a complete, obvious, obedient, yes, a boss nigga. There's no handkerchief heads, no Sambo, no buck dancing, no kizzy, none of that here. Okay? We don't do none of that. No, no cooning ever. All right? And also, we're the home of point counterpoint. Sometimes we may not see eye to eye. We may have little disagreements, and we may go into debate mode, which is a good thing. It keeps everybody honest on their toes, and it shows that hey, we're not robots. We think freely for ourselves, and hey, we look out for each other, even if we have minor disagreements. Okay. Also, we come in the spirit of Isaiah, the 41st chapter of the Bible, verses 21 through 24, where the good Lord tells us to come in here and do what? Produce our cause and bring forth our strong pieces of evidence. And of course, 1 Thessalonians 5 and 21, we bring you what? The willingness to prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. And please understand, you're going to always be hit with Virgo energy. That's right, we're analytical, political, critical, but we always strive never to be hypocritical. All right? And please understand also that if you are allergic to the truth, if you can't handle the facts, if you just can't deal with the reality that we're going to bring here, well, the seventh answer and myself, we always extend to you our deepest empathies and sympathies because we're not going to compromise it for nobody. So you can skedaddle, leave, go that way because you will not be missed. And last but not least, the final rule and formula of the Lions that is set forth by one of our other family members, I Am Nana. And that is, when you walk into the Lion's Den, wipe your feet, mind your manners, conduct yourself in an orderly manner, and enjoy yourself. Because if you get out of pocket at any given time, well, the lioness is going to come down and she's going to kick you up out of here. And there ain't nothing I can do or anyone can do but just watch it happen and say, aha. No, but on a serious note, we don't deal with rude guests because we're a hospitable host. And so now with all these formalities out the way, tonight, as we converse, we're talking about what? Voices for Justice from Trey Reed, Kendrick Johnson, and other victims out here, known and unknown. Okay? We're going to give you a whole smorgasbord of conversation topic, talking points. You know, on my end, even when I hear and brought in some voices that are, how you say, anti-reality, anti-truth. But you know what? We want you to know who, if there are voices out here talking, and they need to be shut up. And this is why we dedicate ourselves to coming here nightly, flooding you now with back to back to back episodes of The Conversation Continues. Now, seventh answer. This is your baby, so give birth. So you got us lined up on runway 7. We're gonna take off. We're now in the air. So seventh answer. Give the people the reason why you were so inspired to bring this particular topic and the continuation of talking about Trey Reed to the forefront, and then I'll jump back in.
Yeah, because okay, so I was told, or I seen a few videos where um allegedly he was defending his sister behind a comment she posted on the internet about Kirk, Charlie Kirk. And I guess the individuals with European white people boys didn't like the comment that she said, well, that she made, and tried to confront her. I guess he was trying to stick up for her, and he ended up fighting. Well, being called out for a fight from one of the guys. And when he got there, he was ambushed by the rest of the fellows. I was told, I think it was 3 or 4, but he was ambushed. That's why in the second autopsy, they said he had a blunt force trauma to the back of his head. So one of the stories was told from one of the individuals that he did get into a fight. He was a humble kid, but he did get into a fight with one of the persons, and they believe that this was a retaliation from a comment that his sister made on the internet. I don't know how true that is, but it's a lot of facts that's leading into that, because that was right after he got shot.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Allegedly out here now in this social media and in the world of media itself, there are more details now emerging, possibly, that Trey Reed may have been the victim of a racial attack, which that they seem to be there are forces out here desperately trying to hide. Okay, and this stems from his sister making a comment about Charlie Kirk on a social media platform, which was read by some pro Charlie Kirkers out here. So, for lack of a better term and descriptive,
Also,
so what?
yeah,
And Wordsworth.
also,
I'm sorry.
yes,
Go ahead.
also he was supposed to been strangulated with a belt, and he did not wear a belt, so he was wearing joggers, from my understanding. So the belt was probably one of the persons that did that to him.
Well, how about this? Now, first and foremost, for everybody who's been following this particular case, and if you haven't been following the case, we have. Let's get let's get the facts that are definitely in the forefront out the way. His family, that's Trey Reed's family, are adamant that he did not commit suicide. That's a fact. These are the facts. Ironclad. Also, there's no record as far as the family is concerned about Mr. Reed ever having a history of psychological problems or psychological issues of any kind. I mean, granted, some people can hide depression and go undetected or undiagnosed, but we're talking about the fact that the officials elect the supposed officials immediately upon his body being discovered, without any forensic evidence, without any facts whatsoever, deemed this young man's death a suicide at Delta University in Tennessee. But His family, again, is adamant that he did not commit suicide, that he had no, again, record, nothing on file where he was diagnosed with any kind of psychological illnesses that made him a potential candidate to unalive himself if stress are pushed. Also, we had Colin Kaepernick come in, finance and fund a second independent autopsy. These are the facts, ladies and gentlemen, that show that Mr. Reed suffered a brutal skull fracture, two broken legs, and a broken arm, and other internal injuries, including allegedly his organs. His organs were missing. All right, there's a lot coming out, and it seems like there's a lot being repressed. Okay, but these are the facts that we do know. All right, so what we are going to continue to do is press this issue, considering the fact that also, if you were watching last night, the Seventh Answer unearthed a very disturbing story about in Mississippi, an estimated 251 dead bodies behind a prison. Okay, that is extremely disturbing, coupled with all the other strange fruit deletions and killings that have been transpiring in Mississippi also. So tonight, what we're doing, we're going to continue to, now here it is, a developing story about Mr. Reed having words with some alleged white individuals who took offense to his sister making comments about Charlie Kirk, and some words were exchanged from a cyberspace standpoint, and Mr. Reed allegedly went to confront and contend with one of the individuals and wound up being jumped. Now, amazingly, we've been hearing, oh, well, it wasn't a racial attack. It wasn't a racist issue. Race had nothing to do with it. Blah 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 blah. But one thing I've noticed, maybe, and I don't know, maybe I might be wrong, but I haven't heard Seventh Answer mention it. Matter of fact, I haven't heard any other media outlets mention the fact, the cameras, because we heard that the black investigators in this particular case had videotape that shows what happened to Mr. Reed. But as it is to this date, because Mr. Reed was deleted and found, unalive on the 15th of September. And here we are right now. Okay, we're like what, in the 9th day or 10th day of October. So it's been a few weeks, and yet no videotapes. We've not seen any videotapes showing exactly what happened. Also, I went digging, and we're going to show this later on as the broadcast and conversation continues. There's a very questionable history regarding Delta University. All right? And by questionable, when I say questionable history, I mean there's been some other very colorful and evil affairs that have happened in the same Delta University wherein Trey Reed met his untimely demise. Also, this case is starting to shape up like Kendrick Johnson. Hold on for just a second, you all. Kendrick Johnson, who about 11 years ago, if you remember the case of Kendrick Johnson, Mr. Johnson was found dead, rolled up in some gym mats, and the official story was, oh, he became stuck in the rolled up gym mats when he was trying to obtain his sneaker, and he died of positional asphyxiation. But never mind the fact that his parents didn't believe the story, okay, because because of the condition of Mr. Johnson's body. His face was brutally smashed, injured, wounds and welts all over his face. Also, when he was in the gym, the videotape showed him in the gym. He was shooting hoops, basketball. Okay. Then there's a huge gap in the tape, as if it was edited. Okay, and it doesn't show what the official story or the official investigators said happened to Kendrick Johnson, that he tried to obtain a shoe or sneaker of his. He became intent and rolled up into the gym mats and suffocated to death. But that's not shown. There's a huge gap. Footage that we'll never see. Also, 2 to 3 days before Mr. Johnson, Kendrick Johnson, met his untimely demise, he too had a confrontation. This is not no alleged, this is an actual fact that he had a confrontation with 2 white young men whose father was an employee of the FBI. And they got into it. Mr. Kendrick Johnson beat them both up. And then from there, a few days later, he's found dead and gone. But was even more eerie, similar to Trey Reed, okay, Kendrick Johnson, when his parents were able to obtain his body, the independent coroner they hired found that his body was stuffed with newspaper, that Mr. Johnson's organs had been removed. But yet and still to this day, the official story is that he died of positional asphyxiation. That tape that showed him in the gym, and then a couple of hours later, he's not seen on the tape, but and the footage that would have shown him dying the way the official investigator said he died, that's forever missing, okay? And his parents are still convinced, that's Kendrick Johnson's parents, are still convinced he was murdered. And the culprits are still free. All right, there's still a cloud of suspicion. But now, here it is now, we have Trey Reed. And now more and more information is starting to come out. But there's so many out there who are desperate, I'm using the word desperate, to say this wasn't a racial attack. This was, and especially if this is involving Charlie Kirk, and given all the threats that were being lobbed by a lot of people who felt some kind of way about Black folk, not only in college, but in everyday life, who were being interviewed saying, screw Charlie Kirk, F Charlie Kirk, and all kinds of other colorful descriptors. There was a great deal of MAGAites who felt some kind of way about Black folk not mourning Charlie Kirk, please. All right? And threats were made, and you had historically Black colleges on high alert. But let it be known, Delta University is not an HBCU. It's not. Okay? But if this story, if this development is true, seventh answer, can you imagine now the fallout that's going to come? And I can now understand why the officials down there are so desperate to try to just sweep this under the rug and say it was a suicide. And they going all out to try to keep this thing quiet and quelled. Because again, if this is true, if this development that you've discovered is true, seventh answer, it's gonna be a problem, a very serious problem. And this is why we always urge you all out there in Lions Den land to get up off your duff and start checking things out for yourself. See, this is why we do what we do, because see, you need black media. You need the Lions Den. You need the seventh answer. You need Baby Hebrew. You need JT Raw and all others who get out here on the investigative tip to kick over rocks, turn over stones, boulders, you name it, to bring you these facts, the frequently accurate, correct truths. You need for us to be out here doing this. We're not going to wait on mainstream media, because they hit mainstream media is corporate owned. But see, we're not owned. And when we come here night to night, week to week, month to month, or whatever, there's no sponsors breathing down our backs, telling us what we can and cannot discuss. So we're gonna run down a litany of different videos and everything else. Some of them are gonna get under your craw, but again, we dare to be balanced, we dare to be fair, and we want to show you that there's some voices out here, that need to be quelled, and we're gonna analyze some people out here who are naysayers. Basically, you got one dude named Brad. Brad, I see you trying to be the next Charlie Kirk. You're advertising. And you got this other chick, she want to be Candace Owens Jr. Okay, I have that in in a lot of tapes of videos I sent you, Kareem. We're gonna break this all down and get to the bottom of it. So with that being said, I see you got videos already queued up. So with that being said, I'm gonna shut my mouth and let's roll the tapes. Let's go to work, Seventh Avenue. Let's go to work.
Second autopsy was done on Trey Reed's body, and we now know that this was not a suicide. Here's what we know. They found evidence of blunt force trauma to the back of his head. They also did not find any evidence that shows that he was hanging from a tree for hours. What they found through their autopsy was that he was possibly manually strangled and then placed in the tree after his death. We also now know that he had an altercation the day before with 4 white students. And the reason why is because he was coming to the defense of his younger sister, who was under attack by these guys for comments she made online about Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, the authorities are saying that they have identified these 4 students, and we cannot leave this alone until we see the end of it. This is like literally all hands on deck, because we know how corrupt all of this already is based on how the police treated this from the start. So we need people speaking about this. If you're speaking about it, tell your friends to repost. If you see a post about this, repost it. Second autopsy was done on Trey Reed's body. And
you said, hey.
Second autopsy was done on Trey Reed's body.
Taylor Swift is mad because
it's straight up bullcrap. It was asphyxiation, as if he was hung after death, according to, and I don't know the actual medical terms, but what the mother said was, according to the doctor, the forensic pathologist doctor, that they were able to that did the findings with them on yesterday evening. It appears that I guess he was hung minutes or hung minutes after the death had already taken place, which we already figured because, as I mentioned before, many times, most of the times with lynchings, you know, they're used as symbology. And what his mother wanted us to know and what we want the world to know, why we saying ritualistic symbology, because this was the 100-year anniversary of Delta State University that this baby was hung up in the middle of a schoolyard on a Monday morning for everyone to see, for the students to see, and for them to have the mitigated audacity and arrogance and racist wickedness to try to say this baby did this, this young man did it to himself, to lie to the family, to run and tell the family, the police, the lie that he initially, they went and told the family that he killed himself in a dorm room. This is what the police went and told his family. And then I guess they didn't have their story together, or just so sloppy, or just so arrogant that this young man was hung in front of the pickleball court, hung from a tree for everyone to see in the area that marks what the students call the white side of the campus. That's what they said. We were just down there 2 weeks ago, a week ago. And this is still the language that they're using, the white side of the campus, in a town that is straight up bullcrap. It was asphyxiation, as if he.
A lot of people is wanting answers. We are wanting answers. We don't know what the fuck is going on. We don't know what the fuck happened. We know what happened, but we don't know who the fuck did it. Them police, they know who the fuck did this shit. They just don't want nobody to know. They trying to push this shit to the side like ain't shit went on. They do this shit every fucking time. I'm gonna give y'all, right? Because as much as Trey people, as much as Trey friends, like his other friends, want me to stay up, I can't stay up at this shit. They don't want me to be in the middle. I want to be in the middle. I want this shit to be solved. And I'm not trying to make this about me. I know his people feel the same way, but they hurt, nigga. They can't really say nothing. So I am, nigga. The bits and pieces that they gave us, right? And based off me knowing Trey and knowing the situation he was in, this is the only thing that can really make sense. Trey is a very antisocial person, right? He don't talk to nobody. He don't fuck with people, right? Cool. Trey was only going. He went to Delta for his girl, and plus he wanted to go to school. But he mainly went for his girl. That's cool, you know. Another thing, when Trey was in college, he didn't have his car. Not because could nobody afford it. His car was just fucked up. It fucked up on him at the last minute. It just, damn, that's fucked up. So every time Trey would call me, he would FaceTime me. He was walking, and he would post on his Snap. You know, he'd be walking around with his headphones on. Cool. Keep that in mind. So whoever did this shit to him, they came and fucked with Trey. Because Trey is he don't fuck with people. Trey is sweet. Trey is a very, very helpful person. Very sweet person. Why the hell would you do this shit to a person that care? Keep that in mind. Trey allegedly got into an argument. They said that he got into an argument. Trey done got to fight. Trey had to whoop that boy ass. Who you know that'll whoop a boy ass and then wait and then jump him? That don't make sense. So Trey had to whoop that boy ass. Whoever came and fucked with him, whoever came and tried and started an argument with him, he had to whoop that boy ass. Trey posted on his private story on Snap that I seen at 1 yesterday in the afternoon, 14 hours ago. So Trey was outside. If you take them hours back, Trey was outside around like 10, 11, 12, one of them. Why he out there, I don't know. So Trey ain't got his car, so he be walking. Why is he outside around? At that time, we don't know. I still don't know. He probably got into it with them people again. And they did that bullshit to him. The police is saying there ain't no reason them going back on them cameras because it's a blind spot in place they don't feel like doing that shit. I don't give no fuck what campus you on, cuz I know blind spots that shit do exist. But it's a camera that's on that blind spot that show who the fuck went over there. It don't go all the way back there, but it show who the fuck over there. Who the fuck went over there. These folks know who the fuck did this shit. They just don't want to tell us. And I'm not finna keep going on here, cause this shit fucked up. This shit real fucked up. All I want, this ain't even, fuck all that. This ain't even about me. I'm not trying to make this about me. Help Trey people. Push this shit. Please. These folks really hurting. And these folks in Mississippi don't get no fuck. These police down here don't get no fuck. They trying to push this shit like ain't shit happen. Help Trey grandma, help Trey mama, help Trey granddaddy, help his daddy, help his cousins, his kinfolk. Help these folks push this situation out here so we can get justice for Trey. A lot of people is wanting answers. We are wanting answers. We don't know what the fuck.
All right, hold on a second. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, right, we want to welcome. This is another episode of the Lion's Den. And this conversation continues. Now, for those of you who are my night owls on my time zone, welcome. Stick around. If you're out there working a night shift, stick around because you're going to be well informed and you're going to be kept up while you are in my time zone. Okay? And if you're out there on the West Coast, Karima's time zone, well, good evening, in the early evening. Okay, good evening. And if you're watching outside of the United States of America, all right, we're going to say good morning to you, or good afternoon, or good afternoon, depending on your time zone. Good morning or good afternoon to you outside of these United States. The topic of discussion is Voices for Justice. We're talking about Trey Reed. We're going to be revisiting the case of Kendrick Johnson and other victims of clearly racial attacks that have been covered up and some of these victims have been forgotten, but we don't forget. We're never going to forget. Now, there's a development in regards to the Trey Reed story. If you're not familiar, September 15th, last month, Mr. Trey Reed's body was discovered hanging from a tree at Delta State University in Mississippi. Okay? Since that time till now, we've had a lot of attempted cover-ups by the official investigators, and we've had Colin Kaepernick, who took it upon himself, with the permission of the family of Trey Reed, conduct an independent autopsy and come back to find that it would have been impossible for Mr. Trey Reed to have died in the manner that the officials in that particular region of Mississippi say he died. Simply put, he didn't commit suicide. See, you can't have a fractured skull, 2 broken legs, a broken arm, and allegedly his internal organs were missing. You can't possibly climb to a high height and then hang yourself. That's impossible with those types of injuries that the independent coroner discovered. And now, in another development, an ongoing development, in regard to the story. Okay, we're now finding out that Mr. Reed had a confrontation with 4 white students who took exception to Mr. Reed's sister allegedly making colorful comments about Turning Point USA, one-time Turning Point USA chief executive officer and super racist Charlie Kirk, the now deceased Charlie Kirk. There's been a lot of uproar where black people have been blamed for Mr. Kirk being deleted, albeit his deletion came as he was a victim of white on white crime. You know, Tyler Robinson, a white male, is the alleged shooter and deleter of Charlie Kirk, but somehow, some way, as always, black people are to blame because there are a lot of MAGA and neo-Nazis who all adhered to Charlie Kirk and liked his drivel, racist drivel about black folks, his lies about black folks, okay, who took offense to a great many black people, letting it be known we don't care about Charlie Kirk. The hell with Charlie Kirk, F Charlie Kirk, and other colorful adjectives in regards to Charlie Kirk and anyone who thinks like him. They took exception to that because, see, how dare you niggers have an attitude? How dare you niggers speak? See, there's still segments of this country who think they own us. They still think that we are good little jigaboos with cotton under our fingernails who still are going to supposed to bow down and produce our papers and laugh when they want us to laugh and scratch when we don't itch. But no, it's a new day and a new time. And if this development is true, that means the officials, black and otherwise, lied. But I can understand why they would want to try to keep this under wraps. I can understand why. You know, with the potential millions of dollars, because it's always about money first and foremost with these people in this country. The millions of dollars that could be lost, that Delta will have to pay out in wrongful death lawsuits, failure to have a secure campus. It's so much that's going to come with this. But again, given the fact that here it was, you had actual historical black colleges on standby and on alert because there were a host of threats being leveled by alleged MAGA and neo-Nazi and white supremacist adherents, you know, in social media platforms and other mediums. And then let's not forget that in that time frame, you had 2 white males invade the space of Tennessee University, all right, and set up a table in front of the women's dormitory on that campus, talking about they're looking to have a debate. And what was so insane about that was that these guys had all the MAGA regalia, clothing, hats, you name it. They were able to invade and get past the supposed security at Tennessee University and they chose to set up a table in front of the black women's dormitory and not the men. So imagine this, and then when you see the video, the media try to spin it like, oh, look at how unreasonable black folks are. Look at how they're so savage and so mean. But they negated to tell you that those two men, if you want to give them that, set up their table in front of the black women's dormitory. So imagine, here it is, these black women coming up out their dorm, getting ready to go to classes, and they get accosted, basically, by two bozos who weren't invited by the campus, who had no clearance to be there in the first place, talking about they want to engage in a debate. Luckily and thankfully, the students were able to were able to contain their anger and then put hands and feet on those two idiots and kick them off the campus. But still now, in lieu, here we have now Trey Reed, whose death is eerily similar now to Kendrick Johnson, in that he, Mr. Trey Reed, like Kendrick Johnson, had a confrontation wherein racial epithets were thrown. Some, I'll kick your nigga butt. No, you won't kick my behind. Oh yeah? Well, meet me here. And allegedly, the night that Mr. Reed was out and about, he was looking to defend his sister's honor because some of those white students disrespected her. And he went to handle it. And he winds up getting brutally murdered. And if indeed this is the case, that means that obviously the investigators, the sheriff department, everybody is going to be brought up on charges and wrong. And again, the potential millions upon millions of dollars that Delta University could stand to lose. We see why they're so desperate now to try and change the narrative and make us think that this young man deleted himself. Despite the parents denying it to this day, there's no records of any kind where this young man was diagnosed with schizophrenia, with any kind, with what I'm battling, post-traumatic stress disorder, and manic depression, severe anxiety, nothing that would corroborate him being a potential candidate to self-delete him. So we're going to continue on, and we hope that now, as you join this conversation, you will listen, be attentive, take notes if need be, and leave your comments in the chat section as we're going to read and interact with you all as you come in and join us. Share this show, hit the like and subscribe button. Seventh Answer, take it away. As I see you have a video queued up. Let's go to work.
Let that sink in. Yet the campus is peaceful and quiet until he reaches the pickleball courts. There, hanging from a tree in broad daylight in the very heart of campus, is the body of 21-year-old DeMar Trevion Trey Reed. Let me reiterate, a black student found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. Let that sink in. Within hours, the official story would be swift and definitive. No foul play, no evidence of assault, case closed. But I call
Okay,
BS
stop,
on
Kramer.
that.
Stop,
Family
Kramer.
says
Stop.
Trey was found
Stop.
with
Stop. And just take it back just a little bit to the sheriff. Now, you know what I always find amazing in all these incidents, whenever there's a questionable racist, a blatant, not even questionable, a blatantly racist, huge overtone to it, they always got that particular black man or woman. They just have that look. They just have that coon look. I have to just say it. Coon look. They all got this particular look. Every time. Look at this dude. He stood his behind up there talking about it was a suicide, being the voice piece. He didn't conduct an investigation. He had no forensic evidence whatsoever at the time, but immediately he gets his yes boss. That's a good nigga. I'm not going to be nice about this. I'm going to be direct about it. And gets up here talking about Mr. Reed, Trey Reed, the matriarch. Okay, I can't, as you see, I heard the pronunciation, still can't say it. But anyway, Mr. Trey Reed committed suicide. Lying. Let's just call it what it is. He lied for the bosses. Just want to just show you every time, consistently, it's always that Sambo, that, you know, you know, I'll just stop right there. You get what I mean. Run the video, seventh thing.
I'll play. No evidence of assault. Case closed. But I call BS on that. The family says Trey was found with broken bones. He was allegedly locked in a campus building the night before. All signs pointing to he was lynched. Black people don't lynch themselves. That statement would echo all across social media. If that wasn't enough, here's what makes this story even more chilling. This isn't the first tragedy to strike Delta State University. Not even close. Welcome to a campus some are calling cursed, where professors have been unalived in their offices, where a department chair was taken out by her own stepson, where administrators have locked faculty in rooms until they agreed to resign, where the echoes of racial violence stretch back decades to protests, arrests, and systematic discrimination. Tonight, we're going to take you inside one of the most
Yeah, so
controversial
stop the
cases in
video, stop
recent
the video.
memory. But what if I
Yeah,
told you not everything
yeah,
in this
we,
case is what it seems? There has been a
we
viral
can stop
video
the video
going
for a second,
around of someone.
seventh answer. Now, there are going to be some things this narrator says that I disagree with, but here's one thing we do disagree on. You know, when I typed it, I just, following the seventh answer's lead, because she's so investigative. I just randomly typed in the history of Delta State University. And there were many findings and everything, but it was just too much for me to want to write down. Your boy, okay, I was lazy. I'm sorry. So I chose this video here because he's gonna say some things, and we're gonna unpack it on the points that we agree that I do agree with, and the findings that are out there, and then I'm gonna pick apart some things he says that I find disingenuous on his end. But clear as I mentioned to you earlier, Trey Reed is only the tip of a very black, and I use the term black in the sense that a dark history, a dark cloud is over Delta State University. Run the video, seventh answer.
Claiming to be his family. What if I told you that person is a scammer and that person set up a fraudulent GoFundMe account? Yeah, you're going to want to stick around for this one. Hello, strangers. Welcome back to the Strange Bar and Grill. I'm your host, JP. Today's story is about Trey Reed and the cursed campus of Delta State University. But I won't hold you any longer. Let's jump right in. Let's begin where all mysteries should, with the victim himself. Who was DeMar Travion Trey Reed? And why are so many people convinced that what happened to him was not self-inflicted? Trey Reed was described by family as their little quiet light, who was sweet, well-mannered, and would give you the world if he could. The 21-year-old from Grenada, Mississippi had dreams to become a truck driver like his uncle Jerry Reed, a pastor who worked as a trucker for nearly 30 years. Family members characterized him as a happy young man who was joyful and had a plan for his life. Trey had only been attending Delta State University for about a month before his death. His mother spoke with him by phone on Friday, September 13th, and reported that he was happy to be at Delta State University and expressed excitement about his college experience. Nothing in his demeanor suggested distress. According to family accounts, he was happy. He was only at school for a month. He couldn't have been homesick. He didn't appear to be homesick. The final weekend of Reed's life remains largely a mystery. Available reporting provides no clear timeline of his activities from Friday evening through Sunday night. But what is certain is that at approximately 7:05 a.m. on Monday, September 15th, a Delta State University staff member discovered Reed's body hanging from a tree near the pickleball courts in the central campus area, one of the most public areas of campus, visible to anyone passing by. The discovery immediately prompted campus officials to cancel classes and centennial celebration events. As news of the death spread rapidly through the university community of approximately 2,700 students. Delta State University Police Chief Michael Peeler held a press conference that afternoon stating, at approximately 7:05 a.m., University Police was notified of what appeared to be the body of a black male hanging from a tree, central campus near the DSU pickleball courts. We later identified the male subject to be 21-year-old Trey Reed of Grenada, Mississippi. From the outset, authorities insisted there was no evidence of foul play. The investigation was conducted by multiple agencies, Delta State University Police taking the lead, with assistance from the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, Cleveland, Mississippi Police Department, and the Bolivar County Sheriff's Department. The body was retrieved by the Bolivar County Coroner's Office at around 8 a.m. and sent to the Mississippi State Crime Lab for autopsy. Despite authorities immediately claiming no foul play, conflicting information about Reed's condition has fueled suspicion. Social media posts, including information from Trey's cousin and family on TikTok, stated that Trey was beaten and bruised. Both of his arms were broken, and he had a broken leg. But that's not completely true. The person you see on your screen right now, that person is a scammer. Their initial post went viral, and it caused a lot of these rumors that Trey Reed had broken bones and lesions and contusions and all these different things. Since then, that post has been reported and taken down. Trey Reed's family released an official statement online. Alexis S. Reed is a family member, and she posted this. Rumors are spreading so fast in Trey's incident. I am going to state this. His family hasn't stated anywhere that he had broken body parts. The family doesn't have any information nor answers to what happened. We are waiting, so therefore, don't say family said anything. This is extremely emotional. Stop sharing false stories. If you want to do anything
Okay,
for the
stop
family,
the
just
video,
say a
stop the video.
prayer. And also, there is no
All right.
GoFundMe.
Please understand that this was initially, that gentleman that, his energy was off. I will agree with him. He was making all these comments and he claimed to be Mr. Reed's cousin and so on and so forth. But the family was right. This is initially, they had no idea what had happened at the time. I want to make sure that this narration is understood. This is when the family made this statement when the events initially unfolded and happened. But one thing they were adamant about, that Trey Reed, their son, did not commit self-deletion. Run the video, Kramer.
He made from the family. It is a scam. So this guy here that you see on your screen right now, he is a scammer. If you see a GoFundMe, it's a scam. The family is not asking for any money. And this post by Alexis was made on September 16th. Bolivar County Coroner Randolph Sills issued a statement. Based on the preliminary examination, we can confirm that the deceased did not suffer any lacerations, contusions, compound fractures, broken bones, or injuries consistent with an assault. At this time, there's no evidence to suggest the individual was physically attacked before his death. Okay, so they're saying that, but they came to that conclusion way too quickly. They
But
found
wait,
him on
now,
the 15th and declared no
now
foul
stop
play.
the video. See, brothers and sisters, now here we go again. Another Negro leading the charge. Oh, he didn't suffer any bones. He didn't suffer any injuries. It was a suicide. Every time events like this happen, there's always that Negro, that coon, that hired nigga. I'm just nigga that they pull to come out and be about there was no injury, no sir. is sickening. I just want to point that out. First, the sheriff deputy, and now one of the coroners, black, coming out. No, sir, no, it was no injuries. And that's why Colin Kaepernick had to step in. Run the video, Karima.
Almost immediately doesn't make sense to me. Initially, family members were given conflicting information about how Trey died. The Grenada County Sheriff's Department first told the family that Trey Reed was found dead in his dorm room, in his bed, only to later learn the actual circumstances involved him being found hanging from a tree. I feel like that's a huge discrepancy. Sounds like a cover-up, and when that story didn't make sense, they changed it up. The case has gone viral on social media with posts declaring, "Black people don't lynch themselves," and his name was Trey Reed. He was 21, he was a son, a black student lynched in 2025, not 1925. The location of Delta State University is only 30 miles from the site where Emmett Till's body was discovered in the Tallahatchie River 70 years ago. This has amplified the historical resonance of this case. So with all that, let's talk about Delta State's troubled racial history and why they say this university is cursed. Delta State University has a documented history of racial tensions dating back to its integration in 1967. The university did not admit its first black student, Shirley Antoinette Washington, until 1967, 13 years after Brown versus the Board of Education. Integration met with resistance and public opposition, and initially, the only black people on campus were custodians, groundskeepers, and laundry attendants. The most significant racial incident occurred in 1969, sparked by the death of black student James Kennedy. Kennedy died after being struck by a white student during a cafeteria fight. This death, combined with systemic discrimination faced by black students, led to a historic sit-in protest on March 10th of 1969. The discrimination black students faced was extensive and institutionalized. They were automatically placed in remedial classes regardless of ability, regularly called racial slurs by faculty members, housed in segregated dormitories, and subjected to physical harassment. The cafeteria remained effectively segregated despite legal integration, and black students had to travel in groups for safety. 51 black students and one white student staged a sit-in at Keithley Hall, presenting 10 demands, including hiring black counselors and instructors, ending derogatory language, fair grading practices, campus access, scholarships, black history courses, and black representation in student government. All protesters were arrested and taken to Parchman Prison on death row. Yeah, that's right, Parchman Prison on death row, though they were later released after the local black community provided property bonds. While some progress was made following the 1969 protests, faculty stopped using racial slurs in class and grades were calculated more equitably. Many issues persisted. The university never created the requested Black History course and never added Black History books to the library. Delta State University has experienced an unusually high number of tragic incidents over the past decade, leading some to describe the campus as cursed. The pattern of violence and death extends well beyond Trey Reed's case. One of the more shocking incidents occurred on September 14, 2015, when geography instructor Shannon Lamb shot an unalived Professor Ethan Schmidt in his office. He had also unalived his girlfriend earlier that morning, Amy Prentice. Schmidt, a 45-year-old American history professor and father of three, was shot in the head at around 10:45 a.m. The campus was locked down for hours as police conducted a manhunt. Lamb died by self-delete when confronted by police near Greenville, Mississippi. In June of 2022, Dr. Karen Fosheim, chair of the music department, was unalived by her 14-year-old stepson. She was 57 years old and was found suffocated in their home in Boyle, Mississippi during a welfare check. Her stepson, Alcini Kamara, was charged with murder and denied bond. Administrative corruption and misconduct have also plagued the university. In 2023, the Faculty Senate voted no confidence against liberal arts dean Ellen Green following allegations that she locked an Iranian art professor, Mansour Shams, in her office with an HR director and department chair until he agreed to resign. Mansour filed a federal discrimination lawsuit alleging ethnic bias, which Delta State eventually settled. Ellen Green stepped down in 2024. But what do you think? Do you think Delta State University is cursed? These aren't the only other scandals I found. I found other professors discussing other scandals and other unfortunate events that occurred here, from the university hiring con men to scam them out of millions, to the gross misconduct of former President Bill LaForge, to terrible accidents killing professors. Just a whole list of problems going on at this college. Sounds cursed to me. Family
And
attorney.
now, okay. And as you can see now, as we uncover these things, you know what I'm saying? Listen, this is why it takes dedication, it takes fortitude, it takes a lot of heart to come here and do what I, the Seventh Answer, and other voices are out here doing. But here in the Lion's Den, we going hard in the paint. Why? Because we understand that we have an obligation to those who died. One being the greatest black man to ever walk this earth, Christ. His death, his sacrifice gave us the chance to still try to come out here and make it right for our people. And we're doing this unapologetically. Now you can. Now do you understand why Delta University, why they are going all out trying to keep this at bay? Oh, sweet Lord in heaven, if indeed Mr. Reed was a victim of a racial attack, and in relation to Charlie Kirk, and here it is. Everyone who's been lying, I'm going to call it what it is, lying about his death. Oh man. Oh my God. The fallout coupled with already troubled history that we've uncovered and shown you. Man, they're going to be sued to the Stone Age. And rightfully so. And again, for all you official investigators out there, if you're watching this broadcast of the Lion's Den, the Seventh Answer and I, inquiring minds, want to know, where are the videotapes that you claim show Mr. Reed unaliving himself? How about this? Of course, we don't want you to show the self-deletion, but how about this? Show the videos that show Mr. Reed by himself, okay, on the pickleball court by the tree, setting up the effects that would help him facilitate taking his own life. We're waiting, but you know what? Something tells me those tapes are never going to be shown, ever. All right. Now, I want to, Seventh Answer, if you don't mind, cue up. I'll put them in order. Cue up Kendrick Johnson. I want to revisit Kendrick Johnson because that's who this Mr. Trey Reed's case is eerily like Kendrick Johnson. If you remember 11 years ago, time has certainly flown. Mr. Johnson was found rolled up gym mats. Allegedly, he died suffocating because he fell into the gym mats. It's a ridiculous story. I'm gonna be quiet. Let's roll this video. I want y'all to listen, and we're gonna also cue up the videos involving the two sons of the FBI agent. Go to work, Karima. Let's go to work.
Lowndes County High School got a terrible shock on January 11th, 2013. Around 10:30 that Friday morning, students filed into the gym and climbed up into the bleachers for class. That's when a girl sitting near the top looked down and noticed a pair of stocking feet in the middle of a rolled-up wrestling mat standing on end. It was 17-year-old Kendrick Johnson. He'd been missing since Thursday, And for the next 9 years, the town of Valdosta, Georgia would be split on what happened to him: accident or murder. I'm Chris, and this is True Crime Recaps. Kendrick Johnson was the youngest of 5. Friends described him as quiet and gentle. At school, he was on the honor roll. He played 3 sports and dreamed of playing football for the pros. What happened to him is a real head scratcher. His case has been opened and closed and opened again over the years. At the end of January 2022, it was slammed shut again, and the Lowndes County Sheriff released a 16-page report outlining all the reasons why he thinks it was just a weird accident. Then he doubled down on that by putting up $500,000 of his own money to anyone who could prove him wrong. Now, you know he doesn't have a spare $500,000 lying around, but it doesn't matter because he's pretty confident he'll never have to pay it. But for the people who believe Kendrick was murdered, his report just leads to more questions. Let me break it down for you. On January 10th, 2013, Kendrick Johnson was marked absent from his 4th period weight training class. He was supposed to be at a basketball game that night, so his parents didn't worry right away. But when he wasn't home by midnight, he was reported missing. The next morning, around 10:30, his body was spotted upside down inside a rolled-up floor mat in his high school gym. The first official cause of death was accidental positional asphyxiation, or to put it in English, they think he got stuck in the wrestling mat while he was reaching for his shoe and suffocated. Let me describe the logistics of this for you. On that day, there were a lot of floor mats of various sizes being stored in the high school's old gym. There were more than usual because some had been moved into the gym over the Christmas holidays. It was common for students to throw their shoes and things inside the mats instead of paying for a locker. And to get their stuff back, they just tipped the mat up and grabbed their things off the floor. In this case, Kendrick was found in a mat in the back near the wall, leading investigators to think that he couldn't get to the mat, so he climbed up on top. When his father identified his body at the morgue, one arm was still stretched above his head and his face was badly swollen and bruised. He was told they found him in that position, which would make sense if he was reaching for his shoe, but the security cameras didn't catch the moment when the mat was first unrolled in the gym. To make matters worse, the county coroner says he wasn't contacted for almost 6 hours after they discovered the body. And Georgia law states the coroner has to be called immediately. He also noted that the body was noticeably moved and there was no cooperation from law enforcement at the scene. What exactly that means is unclear, but that's what he wrote on his report. In 2021, a documentary called Finding Kendrick Johnson was released. The show alleges the case was mishandled from the beginning, which is why it's been.
Let me explain what the coroner said meant by no cooperation by the investigators. The coroner was asking the very important questions of, first off, if he was the victim of asphyxiation, he suffocated, he fell into the mat and basically drowned, and put another way. What was up with this? Why was his face contusioned? Why was his face all broken up and battered as if he sustained a beating? They was not giving him they weren't answering that question. Then he found internal injuries. He noticed internal injuries without even having to cut him open. He saw broken, bones, the bruises all about Kendrick's body. How in God's name would he sustain these kinds of injuries if he just simply suffocated? This is what the coroner, and they weren't answering the questions as he put them forth. They were. This is what he meant by non-cooperation. When you go and check out other sources, because I followed this case when it happened at the time. There were a lot of things that were not being that the Georgia PD in that county weren't answering. So that's what he meant by non-cooperation. Run the tape, Camilo.
Ruled an accident. No evidence and no witnesses equals no foul play. To them, one of the biggest red flags are the cameras. Lowndes High School had 62 security cameras at various locations around the campus, according to the sheriff's report. Now, 4 motion-activated cameras were in the gym with another camera in the hall outside the door. At 1:27 p.m. on January 10th, Kendrick can be seen from one angle running toward the opposite corner of the gym where the mats were stored. But for some reason, the camera pointed toward that corner was out of focus, and the video it captured is so blurry, it's hard to make anything out. And it doesn't catch the top of the mats at all. According to a homicide detective who appeared on the documentary.
You see that every time, brothers and sisters, Smashing Idol, I see you on fire already. Welcome. But every time, the cameras always miraculously don't work, are blurry. They don't capture anything when it comes to black mysterious deaths when it's racially tinged. You see how the cameras just suddenly weren't focused? There's footage lost out of nowhere. Just want to put that out there, y'all. Just want to put that out there. Go ahead, Seventh Answer. Run the tape.
Documentary, 2 of the 4 cameras in the gym stopped recording at 12:04 p.m. They got going again at 1:09 p.m. The other 2 cameras shut down at 11:05 a.m. and started up again at 1:16 p.m. From that point, the footage seems to jump around with seconds missing here and there for the next 24 hours. And according to this detective, they were missing.
Stop. You heard that? Did you hear that? In real time back in that day, anybody following that particular case, how do you explain 4 cameras? 4! And all of them stopped functioning at different dispensations of time in the time frame that would have shown exactly what happened to Kendrick Johnson. The camera stopped. Just like Trey Reed, we have yet to see the camera's footage in the pickleball court, Delta University and Trey Reed. Not a camera. We don't see the foot. They haven't shown anything yet. But in Kendrick Johnson case, the cameras stopped. 2 sets of cameras stopped at one particular time, and the other camera stopped. But the bottom line, they all stopped in the time frame and angles that would have shown exactly what happened to Kendrick Johnson, which of course you know is a load of bullshit noodle. All right? Run the tape, Karima.
Footage of his body being discovered. In fact, they claimed the video didn't start up again until they were wheeling him out of the gym in a body bag hours later. The discrepancies have been put down to server issues and issues with the motion detectors that turn on the cameras. According to the Valdosta Daily Times, there are 6 servers. Each one has its own clock used to timestamp the video feeds, and they're not synchronized, meaning one camera could show 1 p.m. and another one could show the same event as happening at 1:10 p.m. or even 1:30 p.m. It's also been reported that some of the video feeds were corrupted, which is why they weren't available. The cameras might also stop working if the level of activity in the gym doesn't trigger the video. In normal circumstances, that system is fine, but in this case, it looks incredibly bad. The other important thing you can see on the video is that the gym was not empty when he came in. There were a few people playing basketball, and according to the sheriff's report, 3 students said they saw him on top of the mats, but no one heard him scream for help, if in fact this was an accident. Students flowed in and out all that day and night. In fact, the basketball and color guard teams practiced in the gym and didn't notice a thing. But the sheriff's report doesn't really offer much closure about why and when the cameras weren't working. It simply says the FBI has reviewed the footage and determined there are no missing frames. Now, that may be, but it's also been alleged that the FBI is part of the problem here. And that brings us to the bells.
Here we go. I want y'all to pay attention to what the narrator just said. take note, the FBI said they could find no discrepancy at the time. But I want y'all to listen to this right here. Keep in mind, FBI, and let that continue to resonate in your minds as you listen to this particular coincidence. Run a tape, Seventh Dance.
Brandon, Brian, and their father, Rick, who just happened to be an FBI agent at the time. According to the sheriff's report, on November 28th, 2011, Brian and Kendrick got into a fight on the bus on the way to a game. Who did what to whom is debatable. Now, Kendrick's friends say Brian started it by
Stop. You got to stop. Oh, Lord. Do you see? Just like in the case of Trey Reed, allegedly got into it with some racist white dudes defending his sister. He went to confront them, or one of them, and he winds up dead. Now, the FBI came in and said the tapes, well, we can't make no determination, but now we find out that Kendrick Johnson got into a beef with the son of the an FBI employee. Beat him down, and then a couple of days later, Kendrick is dead. But wait a minute. The same FBI that they daddy worked for, his co-workers went in and said, nothing looks amiss. Everything is normal. But man, it is so blatant. And that's why, I just, when Seventh Answer was breaking down to me earlier, as we were coordinating, putting things together, Kendrick Johnson's his case popped into my mind. The Lord had me remember his case. They're eerily alike. Go ahead, Seventh Answer, run the tape.
Grabbing his hair. The sheriff's report says Kendrick started it by pushing Brian while he was trying to pee into a plastic bottle. Both boys had to sit the game out, and neither of them were allowed to ride with them. But Kendrick was there alone, so he had to catch a ride in the back of a patrol car. According to friends and family interviewed on the documentary, after the fight, things were awkward, to say the least. For example, Kendrick's parents alleged that he told them Brian's father, Rick, came up to him and said something like, the fight on the bus wasn't fair, and if he thought he could take Brian again, he should come over to their house and try starting something there. Conversation never happened. And other students say the fight on the bus wasn't that big of a deal, and Brian and Kendrick even teamed up for a school project after that. The only other alleged incident between them had to do with a girl, because doesn't it always? The rumor was that this girl, Taylor, and Kendrick were getting close, and Brian, her boyfriend, wasn't happy about it. But the FBI reports say there's nothing to that, and phone data shows there wasn't any communication between them. And furthermore, the sheriff report outlines how the targets of the grand jury investigation, Brian, Brandon, and a friend of theirs, Ryan Hall, were tracked all day, and their paths never crossed with Kendrick's, which wasn't exactly true. The producers of Finding Kendrick Johnson got their hands on some unredacted footage from the school's security cameras that day and discovered that Brian and Kendrick were right next to each other in the hall that morning. It's interesting since they said they never saw him that day, but it's not exactly a smoking gun. Brian and Ryan were in class when the cameras caught Kendrick running into the gym that afternoon. Brandon wasn't there either. At 12:30, he was seen boarding a school bus with the rest of the wrestling team, headed for a 4 p.m. match in Macon, Georgia. More than 2 years after he died on July 21st, 2015, U.S.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, they lied. Oh, they lied. They claimed they hadn't seen Kendrick that day. But the video shows, oh yeah, you did. Y'all were right there in the trajectory of the gym. And here it is. the footage that showed Mr. Johnson in the gym suddenly went blank. Suddenly, there was a malfunction in all the footage that would have supposedly shown Mr. Johnson trying to attain his shoes or obtain some gym shoes and a rolled up mat, and he fell into the mat and suffocated. All that got lost forever. Okay? Never to be seen, never to be recovered. But the boy, the sons of the FBI, who Mr. Johnson had a fight, one of whom he had a fight with, they lied and said they hadn't seen Kendrick on the fateful day of his death. They lied. But somehow it got glossed over. Let's continue on, seventh answer.
Standing on end, the mat was a little longer than he was. It was about 6 feet deep. According to the police report mentioned in the documentary, the opening measured maybe 14 inches across. Kendrick's shoulder span was about 19 inches wide. Now, how did he squeeze inside? When they found him, his head was resting in a pool of blood and vomit. Now, that's to be expected if he was stuck upside down and the blood rushed to his head and eventually out his nose and mouth. It may also explain why his face was so swollen. But the weird thing is the black and white shoe he was allegedly reaching for was laying on top of the blood, and it was clean. No blood on it at all. And the matching shoe was found on the floor in front of the mats. Another strange thing about the scene was the other pair of sneakers found with him, the white pair. Those were the shoes he was wearing, and the shoe he was allegedly reaching for was what he was going to change into. Now, take a look at this picture. Those white shoes sure look like someone tossed them in behind him. But then again, maybe he kicked them off while he was trying to wiggle back out. What do you think? Before you answer that, let me tell you what else they found in the gym. A few yards away was a hoodie and a pair of black sneakers with orange laces that didn't belong to him. Both items were stained with what looked like blood, but testing showed it was some other kind of liquid. What kind of liquid, or if it has any bearing on this case, we don't know because they weren't collected as evidence. Blood was also found on the gym wall near the mats, but it wasn't Kendrick's. They don't know who it came from or why, but they decided it had nothing to do with this case. And maybe it didn't, but this is the kind of thing that's making Kendrick's family nuts. Then there's the autopsy results. The Georgia medical examiner called his death positional asphyxiation, but the state's report showed his lungs were a normal weight when they were examined. According to the doctor who did a second private autopsy in June 2013, if he suffocated.
Come on, now first of all, taking it back. When you have a crime scene, everything that's in that area is supposed to be gathered and collected as evidence. How come that hoodie and that sneaker with what appeared to be blood or whatever kind of liquid, how come the FBI who were involved in there and the investigators, they left that out? They left those two pieces of critical evidence out. Then, as you hear, the narrator said that if it was positional asphyxiation, how come Mr. Johnson's lung capacity and everything was that of a normal person breathing? Typically, when you suffocate, your body goes into palpitation, you suffer, and your body and your lungs, everything expands, trying to gather as much oxygen in its self-defense mechanism as possible. I know that. But the fact they didn't collect that hoodie and that sneaker. And again, Mr. Johnson could have just simply tipped the mats over, which is what they normally do, instead of trying to reach down into it and fall 6 feet deep. Come on, man. And like Trey Reed, here it is. He had a confrontation with two white guys, a couple of white guys, and they happen to be and their daddy happened to be an FBI employee. Just saying. Just saying. Go to work, seventh answer.
Located upside down. Fluid would have built up inside of his lungs, and they should have been heavier than normal. He wanted to examine them for himself, but when the body was exhumed, they discovered his brain, lungs, heart, and other organs were missing. Kendrick's body was stuffed with old newspapers instead. As horrifying as it sounds, it's standard practice for the organs to be removed and examined during an autopsy. The fact that they weren't put back inside his body before he was buried is unusual. Ultimately, it was determined that his organs were too decomposed to keep with the body, and they were destroyed after they were tested. As far as the newspapers go, well, it's awful, but it's not illegal for a funeral home to do that.
I want to point something out to you.
Without the organs to examine, they looked at the rest of his body.
I don't mean to work your nerve, but yo, think about this for a second. They took his organs out, right? Didn't put them back in. But why would they destroy them? Because they were so supposedly decomposed. Could it be could it be, as I pointed out earlier, the initial coroner investigator found bruises all about Mr. Johnson's body, and not just his face, his body. And typically, when you suffer a beating to the magnitude of, let's say, when someone brutalizes you, your internal organs will sustain damage consistent to someone beating you within an unnecessary amount of force or a great amount of force. Just want to put that in your ear. Go to work, seventh answer.
See if they could find anything else unusual. And they did. There was a bruise on the right side of his jaw and chest that led the second doctor to conclude he was killed by blunt force trauma. A third autopsy in 2014 was done by the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner. According to the sheriff's report, they came to the same conclusion as the first doctor, accidental positional asphyxiation. But an amended report in 2016 changed the cause of death to undetermined. Along the way, there have been allegations of witness tampering and hiding evidence from both sides. Kendrick's family says it's a cover-up, and now this sheriff's report seems to be implying that if there's a cover-up at all, it's coming from people who wanted to make a case for murder. For example, the sheriff says a woman with the Department of Justice developed some kind of romantic relationship with the Air Force medical examiner, which resulted in the amended 2016 report. They're basing this allegation on an email where this woman says, "I had to treat him like a man so that he would be open to talking." The allegation is that she managed to convince him to change his findings. I mean, it's just so bizarre. And it gets stranger. Less than 4 months after the federal prosecutor took over, he resigned out of the blue. Then all of his cases were handed down to his predecessor, except for Kendrick's. His case was moved out of state to Ohio for some reason. Then it was officially closed in 2016.
Right there. Stop.
His parents told the Finding Kendrick Johnson documentary that the Department of...
Please. Hold up. First of all, did you hear how one coroner, like the initial coroner in the case who got removed and someone else took over the case, he found that Mr. Johnson died because of blunt force trauma. Translation, he was beaten to death. Just like we find out in the independent coroner report with Trey Reed. Blunt force trauma, fractured skull, and so on and so forth. See, identical. Different reports now, and here it is in Mr. Johnson's case, you see blatant cover-up. Just want to point that out to you. Then they make these ridiculous allegations about, the one initial coroner who found the blunt force trauma was in an affair. Come on, man. Anyway, let's conclude this one, seventh answer.
Justice held a closed-door meeting with them. And in that meeting, they say they were told that some of the elements found on the scene were planted, but they didn't have enough evidence to prove foul play in court. So his family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the Bells and 34 other people, including the school, the crime lab, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. But they didn't have any evidence to back up the claims, and it was eventually dismissed. But not before 7 judges recused themselves. 8 years later, in the spring of 2021, the Lowndes County Sheriff reopened the case so he could review the Fed's 17 boxes of case files for himself. Apparently, they would only share them if it was an active investigation. Then, less than a year later, at the end of January 2022, he came to the same conclusion. Tragic? Yes. Murder? No. Based on the files they had, his death was nothing more than a weird accident. But his family still believes he was hit with something heavy. A 45-pound dumbbell has been suggested, and his body was hidden in the mat. But wouldn't someone have seen that? There were people in and out of the gym all day, and you know how teenagers love to circle around and record a fight. Could they all be keeping quiet? Seems unlikely. But then again, so does the theory that he accidentally fell into the mat and couldn't escape. This case is baffling. But what do you think? Was this an accident or murder?
We all know what it was. Just like the case of Mr. Trey Reed. Both of them almost identical, except the method of their demise. But the bottom line is, you're not going to tell me that Kendrick Johnson didn't have the good sense to tip over the mat and retrieve his belongings if they were in that particular mat. You're not going to tell me the cameras conveniently, 4 cameras conveniently shut down. And then here it is, footage that should have been there was missing. Here it is, the FBI took over the investigation and they said, well, we find nothing amiss. But the young man that Kendrick got in a fight with, his daddy happens to be an FBI agent. Blatant, all in your face cover up. Just like the ongoing case of Trey Reed. All right? Now, if you're just tuning in, you're now on board. The Lions Den, the 7th answer, and myself, Brother Malachiah, as we continue to investigate and go into the case of Trey, the mysterious death of Trey Reed. Okay? And I see people are talking, and as usual, Big Mississippi, you always coming in here like who you are. It's okay, Uncle Ruckus. Welcome, man. Welcome to all of y'all out there. You don't disappoint. Let's go to work, 7th answer.
Of a Valdosta high school student found rolled up in a gym mat, and their mother says they have not spoken to prosecutors, police, or the grand jury. But now they've talked to Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie. Mark live in DeKalb County with excerpts from those interviews that are new since 5. Mark.
That's right. We are live outside the Atlanta field office of the FBI. We are told that is where the father of Brian and Brandon Bell was assigned, though he worked out of Valdosta. But it was another federal agency that apparently showed up at his son's residences recently.
This is where they knocked the morning of around 5 a.m. You can see the scuff marks on the shoes as the U.S. Marshals Marshals knocked.
I was laying in bed. I got a bang on my door.
Tactical gear?
Yes, sir, to the nth degree.
They were just like, it's about the Kendrick Johnson case, the ongoing Kendrick Johnson investigation.
Brandon Bell says what he and brother Brian Bell woke up to in two different rental places July 21st was worse than a bad dream. Deputy U.S. Marshal serving search warrants in connection with the mysterious death of Kendrick Johnson at Lowndes High School in 2013.
I was just really shocked.
I broke down and cried.
I really had no reason in my head why they would be here.
It just keeps on getting worse.
One might imagine Kendrick Johnson's mom feels like she's in a nightmare that won't end.
Kendrick gave me strength. You know, he was our baby. He was my son.
The Lowndes County Sheriff says after a thorough investigation, his office agrees with the state medical examiner that Johnson's death was an accident due to positional asphyxia, that he wedged himself in a rolled-up gym mat trying to reach a shoe and could not get out.
I would imagine practically every one of your viewers sat scratching their head.
And a lawsuit by Johnson's parents alleges a group including the Bell brothers, sons of an FBI agent, violently assaulted their son, leading to his death.
My only angle is to find justice for my son.
But the Bell civil attorneys, Patrick O'Connor and Bryce Ladson, say the July 21st search warrants sought text messages, emails, and the like relevant to alleged witness tampering and obstruction of justice.
Is it possible you were involved in any witness tampering or obstruction?
No, sir, in no possible way whatsoever.
Have you obstructed justice in any way?
No.
Have you tampered with any witnesses, tried to influence anybody, tried to stop somebody from talking in the Kendrick Johnson investigation?
No.
Where our viewers can look in your eyes. Did you have anything to do with the death of Kendrick Johnson?
No, sir. Nor me or my family had anything to do with his death.
Both Bells maintain they have rock-solid alibis.
Where were you?
I was in class.
Videos, pictures, and theories abound online about what happened, some involving school surveillance video. We talked to Brandon Bell about his appearance.
I was changing clothes before I had to leave for the wrestling tournament that we were going to. And I went in there to check my weight the first time. I changed, and then the shirt that was assumed to have blood on it that they had circled and said blood, it actually said RLX. It's a type of polo.
How's it feel to get your side out?
Great. Because I finally, we've just been sitting here. Not just letting everybody else talk. You know, it's our time to talk.
Now, a March 2013 document in the file suggests an attorney told the sheriff's office that after consulting with the father of Brian and Brandon Bell, he advised them not to make a statement. We are posting extensive raw video at WSBTV.com, and tomorrow on Channel 2 Action News at 5, video identified as a raid on the home of FBI agent Rick Bell, and what his wife has to say about whether the level of force on display was appropriate under the circumstances. Remember, that's tomorrow on Channel 2 Action News at 5. Reporting live outside FBI headquarters in DeKalb County, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
Now, come on, y'all. Come on. It's clear they were lying through their teeth, and they're very skilled at it. All right. But it's clear that the cover-up was major. But now, here it is now become full circle now to the case of Trayvon. I keep saying Trayvon, but Trey Reed, who was found hanged college campus of Delta University. Okay. And here we are once again. He had a confrontation with some white guys. Okay. And lo and behold, cover up. Now this video here now, all right, I want y'all, now what we dare to do here is we want you to see that it's not just Big Mississippi, Tyrone, and his many aliases. He's not the only voice that tends to be, the oddball, and it's fine. It's all love. But I want y'all to have patience with these next two videos that we're about to show, and I'm going to unpack some things that these two individuals. One, he wants to be the new Charlie Kirk, and the other one, she's basically Candace Owens Jr. Run the video, Seventh Answer.
Hope this helps.
Now, up next, we got to talk about an update to the viral hate crime hoax that's sweeping the internet that we already covered on this show. So very tragically, a young black man passed away. He ended his own life at Delta State University a little while ago. And I covered it at the time, but all across TikTok, a narrative spread that he was lynched. You know, the traditional racist form of hanging that white people historically did to black people. An atrocity, a stain on our history, but thankfully not something that really is remotely common in modern America. But to a lot of people on the internet, they still think it is. So what then happened was that a bunch of misinformation.
All right. Now this guy, he's a piece of work. He's the host of Brad versus Everyone. But I can see why everyone is always against Brad. See, Brad is already starting off lying. Okay, let's get one thing clear. All right. Brad is advertising to be the next Charlie Kirk. He wants to be Charlie Kirk so bad. Because you know why? There are a lot of dumb, bigoted billionaires just looking to recruit anyone who can be their voice of anti-black, bigoted racism. And Brad wants a job. He's already starting off lying. You see, it's not just big Mississippi that is, you know, how you say, the eyeball. But run the video, y'all. Run the video, Seventh Answer. I'm sorry. Run the video.
Spread like wildfire on TikTok and other social media platforms about the case of Trey Reed. And they actually suggested that when the campus police at a HBCU, a historically black college and university, including the black head of police, said there was no sign of foul play, when the county conducted an autopsy and found there was no sign that someone else had killed him.
Answer. When you're ready to stop. Now see, right here, right now, is where Brad is already off. Someone should have told Brad that Delta University is not an HBCU, historically black college and university. See, this is how you know Brad doesn't know what he's talking about all freaking ready. But I want to give Brad an audience just to show you why we go hard in the paint here in the Lion's Den. Why we go so hard? Because see, people like Brad, white revisionists and deniers like Brad, we have to make sure we stomp this kind of blatant stupidity and lies out immediately with no mercy. Run the tape, Seventh Answer.
It was all like some sort of conspiracy or cover up, as if an HBCU would want to cover up a hate crime. Doesn't, against black people, does not make sense. Well, thankfully, with the new information that's come out, people are realizing that they got ahead of their skis on this one, that this didn't really happen, and that they need to stop spreading fake stories and fanning the flames of the racial tensions and conflict in America. Just kidding. They are doing the opposite. So now, this week, the former 49ers quarterback, Colin Kaepernick, paid for an independent autopsy of Trey Reed. And now wild misinformation is spreading because of this. Here are two tweets. One person wrote, "A bold-faced lynching in 2025, and it didn't even really crack the mainstream news. America is always going to play to its true nature every time." That tweet has 2.5 million views. Well, no, it didn't crack into the mainstream news because it didn't happen. I don't know what to tell you. Mainstream outlets covered it. The New York Times covered it, but they covered what actually happened, not what y'all hallucinated.
No,
And this
Brad,
tweet, as you'll
stop,
see,
stop,
about
stop,
the
stop.
independent autopsy paid for by
See,
Colin Kaepernick,
hold on,
is
seventh.
misleading because
Let me come. See,
they're making some claims about what was found that
no.
are not accurate.
When you ready to stop? I know I'm just no, Brad, no. The New York Times and other mainstream media did not cover the story correctly, Brad. No, they didn't. They immediately jumped on the narrative, put out that, oh, it was a suicide, like you are deliberately jumping on, Brad. They missed all the other information that Colin Kaepernick and others who bring out the fact that there were injuries to Mr. Reed's person that could not have possibly made it where he self-deleted, Brad. See, people like Brad is why we do what we do. I keep saying we do what we do. And why Seventh Answer's always on the case. We like Richard. As a matter of fact, Seventh Answer and myself, not only are we like Inspector Gadget, we're always on duty, but we're also like the Richard Pryor character in Uptown Saturday Night, Sharp Eye Washington. We study on the case. We see everything. It's what we do. And Brad, I want to introduce you all to Brad versus everybody, because see, Brad wants to be the new Charlie Kirk. Like I said, there are plenty of billionaires out there ready to pay people like Brad millions, and he wants to get in on that gravy train. Just want to let y'all know what we're up against and why we do what we do. Run the video, Karima.
Here's another popular tweet with over 2 million views. They lynched a black man, and if it weren't for Kaepernick paying for a private autopsy, many would have believed the official statement. Police lie. Authority figures lie. We as people have to demand accountability. Yes, police, black police officials at HBCUs lie to cover up hate crimes against black people. That makes total and complete sense. But anyway, this story is circulating that now this new autopsy confirms what really happened to Trey Reed was this horrible lynching. And of course, that's not true. But here's a video from a popular TikTok creator spreading this misinformation. Take a listen.
So there's been an update on Trey Reed, the black man who was found hanging from a tree at Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi. Keep in mind that an autopsy was done by the county and his death was ruled a. However, there was a second private autopsy done, which was paid for by Colin Kaepernick, and these are the updates we have now. According to reporting from the Chicago Crusader, a second autopsy reportedly shows blunt force trauma to the back of Trey Reed's head that was not reported in the first autopsy done by the county. Scream if any of this information is surprising. Exactly. You see how it's as quiet as a J-Lo concert in here? I said it before and I will continue to say it. Black men do not hang themselves from trees. Hope this helps.
So the thing that's so interesting about this is that it is all false. And we know it's false because the new autopsy that Colin Kaepernick paid for hasn't been released. All these people are saying everywhere that they know what's in it. It was conducted and it found X, Y, and Z that contradicts.
Stop. See, when the book of Job said that these bitches come out lying when they're born, you see what I'm talking about? I don't mean, I try to be as emotionally detached, but you see how Brad is just lying? The report did come out, Brad. That's why everybody's against you, Brad. See, like, this is amazing how bigoted racism works. how these people just, it's amazing. They just miss all the facts that are right in their face. The report is there. And matter of fact, people like you, Brad, were mad at Colin Kaepernick for daring to pay for the new autopsy, which shows that the black officials, coons, Brad, hired Negroes, Brad, Sambos, like you're going to act like you don't understand the Steven from Django types, Brad. Come on, stop. Just stop. See, this is why we do it. I'm going to keep repeating it over and over. This is why you need the Lion's Den. You need the conversation continues. You need liberated moderators like the Seventh Answer, myself, JT Raw, and other voices in this great social media platform of truthality. To do what we do, because we cannot allow outsiders and interlopers to get away with this kind of misreporting and misinformation. Deliberate, too. Go ahead, Seventh Answer. I'm sorry.
What the county's autopsy found and what the police said, but none of them have seen it because it has not been released. So they don't know what's in it. And this has been reported by the Clarion Ledger. The second autopsy report for Trey Reed has not been released to the public. So where does all this speculation about what it says supposedly come from? A radical black activist third-hand account on a podcast. I'm not joking. The Clarion Ledger reports podcast spurs speculation. A new cause of death began circulating online October 2nd after Crystal Muhammad, the chair of the new Black Panther Party, discussed information about the second autopsy she said she received from Reed's mother on the Willie D Live podcast, which has more than 1 million YouTube followers. The Clarion Ledger's attempt to verify Muhammad's statements about the cause of death and condition of Reed's body have been unsuccessful because the autopsy report has not been released. And they remind us that the Delta State University police chief, Michael L. Peeler, who again is black, said during a news conference that Reed died by suicide and there was no evidence of foul play. On September 18th, the Mississippi State Medical Examiner announced autopsy findings consistent with hanging and no foul play. Findings were consistent with the initial investigation, determining the cause of death to be hanging and the manner of death as suicide. Final toxicology reports are pending and may take 2 to 4 weeks to complete, the statement from the state medical examiner's office said. So I find this really objectionable and concerning that you have these people pushing this wild conspiracy theory based on like
stop,
third-hand hearsay and speculation from somebody who has not seen this supposedly different autopsy finding.
Now, first of all, look how Brad described Miss Crystal Muhammad. Radical black leader. Oh, so she couldn't. So Mr. Reed's father and mother didn't have access to the autopsy report, Brad, and they didn't. Oh, they couldn't have told Miss Muhammad, as she said they did, what was in it, Brad. Thus, Willie D, OG Willie D, and so many others were able to start talking about it, Brad. And then when it was released, everything they did say was in the report. It actually was in the report, Brad. See, this is when someone is just doing too much of nothing. You see, Brad versus everybody. Brad, you need to quit while you're not ahead. I know you want to be Charlie Kirk Jr. You want to be the brand new Charlie Kirk. Okay? But you need to have a seat, Brad. Please. Please. It's a good thing. As in the immortal words of Mark Twain, who said, sometimes it's okay for you to have people think that you're an idiot than to open your mouth and remove all doubt, Brad. Just want to put that out there if you should ever come across this Lion's Den presentation. And if you want to view me as radical, then radical is what I'll be, Brad. But I'm right. The seventh answer, you want to say she's radical, but we're right, Brad. And you, Brad, are wrong. Also wrong. Like most bigots are. And when I use the word bigot, you may say, well, I'm not racist. Bigot does not mean you're racist. Bigot just means someone who's closed-minded, who deliberately ignores certain facts and factors because they want to embrace a particular narrative. Thus, they become recalcitrant with it. If you don't know what the word recalcitrant means, look it up, Brad. Let's close out, and I won't say anything else. I just had to unpack Brad because Brad sounds just like our resident Uncle Ruckus in here and Super Troll, but we love him, Tyrone Hakwadash, Hamashiach, supposedly. Anyway, run the tape, seventh answer.
For herself. And people are out here spreading to millions of people on the internet that we're in modern America where Black people are being lynched. Do you not understand how reckless that is to do with no actual factual basis or information? Do you not understand how that inflames the tensions and could provoke violence, could provoke more hatred and animosity and division among the races in America? It's just when you have any kind of online platform,
Okay,
like
seventh
these Twitter
answer.
users do,
You can
like these TikTokers do, you
you
have
just
an
got the drop kick
obligation
me.
to think about
I
the
lied.
impact
I'm sorry.
of the things you're saying,
Stop,
and to
please,
not
God,
just
I beg of you, stop. Seventh answer. You just got the drop kick me. You heard Brad, right? Did you hear Brad? Okay, pull that just a little bit and let's replay what Brad just said, yo. I want you to hear this. I can't believe you just said this, Brad, but I want everyone to rehear what Brad said, and I want you to stop when I ask you to, please. Seventh answer. This dude is incredible. Run it, seventh answer.
you're saying, and to not just post random crap or jump on the most crazy conspiracy theories because it might get you clicks. Like you're poisoning the country. I don't think they realize this.
Okay, stop.
Crazy
Okay,
conspiracy theories.
seventh answer. I want you to pull it back just a little bit. I want everyone to rehear what Brad just said about, people being irresponsible. It could generate hate. Please pull that back. I just want to, and I'm going to make a big point for Brad.
Just post random crap or jump on the most crazy conspiracy theories because it might get you clicks. Random crap or jump to think about the impact of the things you're saying, and to have an obligation to think about the impact of the thing.
Right there. Go ahead. Let it run.
You have an obligation to think about the impact of the things you're saying, and to not just post random crap or jump on the most crazy conspiracy theories because it might get you clicks. Like you're poisoning
right
the country. I don't think they realize this.
All right, right there. Brad, maybe you ought to told your boy, Charlie Kirk, who posted some of the most random crap. Black folks, you make up 13% of the population, but you commit the overall majority of the crimes in America. That you believe, Brad. That you believe, Brad. How about you? You should have told your boy Charlie Kirk. and Turning Point USA, all the crap he continually said about black folks leading in gang violence, when the biggest gangs came out of white culture, Brad. You know? But and you're gonna have the nerve to sit up here and talk about reckless Brad. Maybe you ought to tell that to Stephen Miller, Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, and everybody else who all of a sudden, and other MAGA and neo-Nazis and other white citizenry who are blaming black people for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Brad, what are you talking about? The unintimated gall that you have to try and tell anybody in black media what we, because see, when you come for one, you come for all. That's how we roll. You're going to try and tell that we need to think before we speak? Nah, Brad, you don't get that luxury over here. How dare you? How freaking dare you? The nerve. Okay, seventh answer. Run it.
This is just one example, but these kinds of things poison our country's political discourse. They put they put us at each other's throats over things that probably did not even happen. It's just doing a profound disservice to the people that follow you and listen to you, to be so fast and loose with the facts, to put such an agenda or ideology or narrative above the truth about what happened and what didn't happen. I don't know, man. I find it so depressing that this is where we're at, where this misinformation just spreads like wildfire. My video
Okay, oh my
posted
God, yo.
separately of this, fact checking this will probably get
Seventh, I'm
thousands of
sorry.
views. These all have
Stop.
millions.
Stop.
And
Please.
I don't know,
Brad?
millions of people walking
Hey,
around.
Brad. Hey, Brad, if you ever get a hold of this broadcast here, my name is Malachi. If that's too sophisticated of Hebrew for you, Malachi, baby Hebrew. If you ever get wind of this, I would love for you and I to hook up and have a conversation, a discussion. Because you're going to sit up here and talk about what we need to think about before we say it? What about your Patrick Buchanan's? You know what, Brad? I can see that you're a youngster. You don't know. But when you look at your history, your Richard Milhouse Nixon, Ronald Wilson Reagan, with all his famous stories about blacks and the welfare system. Huh? How about the Tom Metzgers, David Dukes, Brad? But then again, like I said, you're a youngster. But I'm naming people from, who shaped you who you are right now. The Bill Buchanans, Brad. That spawned the Charlie Kirks, Brad. The Ben Shapiros, Brad. As you can tell by the way I'm saying your name, I don't like you, Brad. I really don't. And now I see why everyone's against you, Brad. And we here in the Lion's Den, we're against you, Brad, because you're a liar, gaslighter, projector, deflector, and everything else that describes a sanctimonious, self-righteous piece of dookie-doo, Brad. Genetic trash. Anyway, let's just close out and let's get rid of Brad with the quickness. Seventh answer. Thank you for your patience with me. I'm over here losing it. Go to work, seventh answer.
In America today will be convinced that a black man was lynched in 2025, even though, based on all the available facts and evidence, no such thing occurred. What could go wrong? How could that possibly have any downsides? What a bleak information ecosystem we are living in these days, folks, if you ask me. That's my take on all this. You let me know what you think in the comments below. Do hit the like button.
Now, if you think Brad is a piece of work, this one right here. Oh, Candace Owens Jr. Wait till you get a load of this one here. But before we go there, we are now embarked upon the Voices for Justice. Trey Reed, Kendrick Johnson, and other voices out here, and other people who've been murdered, and their cases are not being heard. We're your host, the seventh answer, Lady Karima, along with Brother Malachi, the Lion's Den. Hit that smash, hit that like for all my night owls on my coast. We welcome you. I welcome you for taking this journey with us out there on the West Coast. You know, you're a few hours behind, so you are still in the early zone. Welcome. And anyone listening outside of these United States, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone that you're in. And let's see who's talking real quick. Here we go. Okay, Tyrone McCann. Black on black crime. Oh my God. Yes, Smash. Look at Tyrone rooting for Massa. Yeah, demon. Brad is a demon. Okay, but yeah, Tyrone. We showed you what was up with black on black crime, and you still recalcitrant with it. Oh my God, Jesus, Louise. That's right. Oh boy, Brad, you better hope I don't catch the day you come to the Lion's Den. I doubt he'll come in, but if he's adventurous, we will welcome him. Ooh, we'll welcome him. Anyway, you know what, Tyrone, the Camp Slayer, you inspire us as well, and we love when you come through because you just can't help yourself. I see. It's okay. We understand. So let's see who else is out here. I see Smash. You got it going on up in here. We have Salaya Ben Yah. What's going on? We see earlier on we had who else came through? Well, for those who are just listening, we welcome you. And Smash Night, I love your input. Okay, so now, Vicar Emerson World, hello, Shalom, welcome. Let me see what I'm going to look at. Okay, you're going to bring up Tyree Nichols, Big Mississippi. Really? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But again, we understand you, Brother Tyrone. So let's move on. Let me see if you have let me see. Black girl, if you can find that video underneath Brad, I want to examine this one too. Seventh answer. Because like I said, this is why we're the voices of justice, y'all. This is why we want to show you the balance of people and how they are thinking. As irritating as they are, you need to know who's out here and how dangerous they are. And this is why you need independent media. You need liberated moderators at all times to be able to come in here and lay out to you the reality of what is transpiring day to day. Cause see, Brad want to act like he doesn't see the case of Mingo, Demont Allen, Demetrius Moore. Brad wants to pretend that he doesn't see all these other black men who are being found hanged, and black women as well. Okay, now here we go. All right, I'm gonna try to get through this without saying too much of anything, but if you think Brad's a piece of work, wait till you get a load of this one here. I'll call her Candace Owens Jr. Let's go to work, Seventh Answer. Yeah, okay, now we know that this guy here is a fraud. He is not Mr. Reed's cousin. But let's move on. Let's go. Brace yourself. Here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna move around a little bit. I ain't gonna be able to come back and forth, stop it up every 5 seconds now.
Okay, okay. I got you, Seventh Answer. I got you. I promise I'm gonna contain. I promise to contain myself. Go to work.
A tree, and they trying to rule it as a suicide. Now, I just got off the phone with one of my cousins. She said she seen the reports, and it said that he
was a racist. He was a racist. He was a racist. He was a racist. He was hateful. He was hateful. He was nothing like Martin Luther King.
I've never seen so much confusion for people that say that we live in a white supremacist society, but y'all have to look high and low, scour everywhere to find something to coincide with your narrative.
All right, guys, today we're going to talk about this Trey Reed situation. People are already throwing out words like suicide, white supremacy, and lynching before we even have the facts of the case. Now, to be clear, there is no confirmed evidence of foul play. There's no proof this was racially motivated. But what we do know is emotions are high. And when emotions run the show, rumors spread like wildfire. And let me make something else clear. It wasn't just Trey Reed. Corey Zucaitis was also found hanged that very same day, but not really a peep from the same people online that were screaming about Trey. Actually, they did say something, and you're not going to believe what it was that they said. We're going to talk about that today. Welcome back to the channel, guys. I am Carmen JC. If you're new here, make sure you hit the like or the subscribe button. If you want to support the channel, hit the super thanks or the buy me a coffee link below. Let's go ahead and get into it. All right, guys. So we're going to jump right into this. We're going to take a look at the news coverage on this. Let's go ahead and take a look at the clip. Take a listen.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
Questions more than answers for the family of Demartravion Trey Reed after the college freshman was found dead hanging from a tree at the center of campus at Delta State University Monday morning. His family told Fox 13 he dreamed of becoming a truck driver and was excited about the future, but now they're getting different stories from law enforcement about how he died.
The first officer said they found him in his room in a possible suicide. Then after then, we got a phone call and saying that he had hung himself. And I can't understand it.
Late Monday night, the Bolivar County Coroner's Office released a statement saying Reed had no signs of trauma or injuries, and there's no evidence he was physically attacked. The coroner's office says his body is being sent to the Mississippi State Crime Lab for an autopsy. But during a press conference held by Reed's family Tuesday, their attorney says they will order an independent autopsy.
Trey's mom was able to view his body from the neck up. They were not allowed to view the body past the neck. And we won't point the finger that someone's trying to control the narrative here, because technology and cameras will answer all the questions.
Reed's mother was in attendance and was too devastated and heartbroken to speak about her beloved son. Joan says just days before his death, Reed came home for Grenada Day and was full of joy and life.
He was here with his family and he was joyful and loving as ever. And that's what he's been remembered for being a joyful, loving young man. And when he went back to Delta State University, he was this fun-loving person. And our question is, what happened?
Now, the family understandably has questions. And to be clear, any family would. They absolutely have the right to dig deeper. They brought in Ben Crump, who I completely despise. And listen, I don't want to throw the word grifter around lightly, but can we just say that Ben Crump is a grifter? This man was involved with George Floyd, Michael Brown,
You're
Trayvon
a
Martin, you
grifter,
name it. He's been
Kwame.
doing this for years. He's even representing William McNeil Jr., the man in Florida who was pulled over, had his window smashed, and was punched during a viral traffic stop while wearing a red shirt. This is Crump's pattern. He shows up when tragedies happen, not to protect families, but to profit off of pain. Now, there's no evidence that this is anything other than what they've already ruled it, a suicide. And like I said, I feel like any family have the right to dig deeper to see if there's anything else going on here. But what you don't have the right to do is come out saying that this is white supremacy or that this is somehow tied to race if there isn't any evidence that actually shows that, because that is where it gets dangerous. And I'm not saying that this family said anything like that, but that's what people are doing. They are equating this to like lynchings in like the early 1900s or something. But Colin Kaepernick did come out and say that he was going to cover the cost of an independent autopsy, and that I actually commend. If that's what the family wants, a second opinion, then you should be able to have a second opinion, because that's how you get closer to truth, not with rumors, not with hysteria, but with receipts. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this clip. Go ahead and take a listen.
And new tonight, former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick is taking action in the case of Trey Reed, the student who was found dead hanging from a tree at Delta State University. Today, attorney Ben Crump announced that Kaepernick said he will pay for an independent autopsy. Thursday, the Cleveland Police Department said the medical examiner's findings are consistent with what investigators initially determined, that this was not the result of a crime.
Now, I think this TikToker actually had the best take on this, because right now we don't know anything. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys take a listen to her. Go ahead and take a listen.
So y'all are upset that it wasn't a white mob that unalived that young man at the university, Delta University in Mississippi. Y'all are upset that it wasn't, because the black police chief, university chief, came out and said that he saw the videos and it seems to be a suicide. Then you had the black coroner's office that collaborated his with the university police. And then you also have the Black County Sheriff as well. All of them are in on this investigation in a town that is predominantly black. But you're upset because you couldn't use this to continue your race hustling, your division, and grifting for gains in clicks and likes. I've never seen so much confusion for people that say that we live in a white supremacist society, but y'all have to look high and low, scour everywhere to find something to coincide with your narrative. Instead of asking these questions, sitting down with your sons and your daughters, maybe having quality time with your loved ones to discuss the mental problems that's going on with our youth today. Because obviously that young man was suffering from the inside. Now, of course, the family is going to get independent
Okay, Kwame,
autopsies.
can I
They
ask
want
you to stop on
independent
this one here?
investigations, as they should. Because
I absolutely and completely agree
Now,
with
yo, did you hear what she just said? Now take note. She don't have no proof, no evidence whatsoever to show that Trey Reed had mental issues, but she's sitting her big forehead ass up to talk about what we in the black media are doing incorrectly. She didn't produce a shred of evidence, but made a conclusion and following the black chief, the black coroner, as if hired Negroes don't exist. See, and then here we got Candace Owens Jr. and Carmen. See, the gaslighting and projection is unfreaking believable. So what, Carmen? You want Ben Shapiro to hire you after they fired Candace? Boy, man. But I bought these two videos. 'Cause I want y'all to see how people are certain of our people are thinking. The coonery is off the charts. Run the video, Seventh Answer.
Her, we do have to do a better job at not just jumping to conclusions, not just trying to blame this on white people, and not just trying to blow something up to be more than what it really is. Maybe this is just a case where this is a mental health issue, and let's be honest, we do have a mental health crisis in this country. So it's not always as black and white as people try to make it seem. And just because of slavery, we shouldn't be just here automatically jumping to conclusions. Now, of course, when something like this happens, you always get an internet circus. A man calling himself Young Triple went viral claiming that he was Trey's cousin. He said that Trey had bruises, that he was beaten, and that this wasn't a suicide. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say. Go ahead and take a listen.
Have you ever thought about carrying a handgun for your family's safety?
Forget all the Charlie Kirk situation right now. Let's go down to Mississippi. The name Trayvon Reed needs to ring all over the United States right now. 1, that is my cousin. 2, this is the second incident that has occurred within the last 5 years at this campus. Delta State University has had a run-in with me and their policemen. They tried to lock me up for no reason, and it didn't succeed in their favor. I went on a 9-month probation, and that's it. This year, just today, it was reported that my cousin was found hanging from a tree, and they trying to rule it as a suicide. Now, I just got off the phone with one of my cousins. She said she seen the reports, and it said that he was beaten and bruised. Both his arms were broken, and he had a broken leg. I'm gonna let y'all do the math. Now, this school has history for being racist. Even going all the way back to the 1980 situation that happened with the sit-in. I love to refer to that situation because that was one of the significant situations that happened with one of the black revolts that happened at this school. But still, I'm trying to be composed in this video, and I'm trying to keep it all together. But it's a lot of shit that happens on that campus that don't nobody do shit about.
All right, so let me just go ahead and confirm for you that that was a lie. The family themselves came out and said that they never said that Trey was beaten. And I'm going to read you a direct quote from Alexis S. Reed's Facebook page. It says, rumors are spreading so fast in Trey's incident. I'm going to say that his family hasn't stated anywhere that he had any broken body parts. The family doesn't have any information nor any answers to what happened. We are waiting, so therefore, don't say that the family said anything. This is extremely emotional. Stop sharing false stories. If you want to do anything for the family, just say a prayer. There is no GoFundMe made from the family. It is a scam. Now, the reason why she had to say that is because Young Triple allegedly didn't just stop at lying. He actually went so far as to start a GoFundMe tied to the story. And that is just absolutely disgusting. And let's be honest, this is who people should be mad at. Opportunistic crowd chasers who take someone else's tragedy, someone else's lowest moment, and decide to scam off of their death. That proves he didn't care about Trey. He cared about money and attention. And it also proves something else. We have to do a better job with the youth in our community, with their mental health crisis, their moral character, their integrity, and just the community as a whole needs a drastic change because the dysfunction is on display. And instead of addressing the real issues, we choose to ignore them and focus on white supremacy, the boogeyman. So now, if you really want to understand why the young men act the way they do, just take a look at the older men. Look at what the adult men in the community are out here doing, running around the streets, chanting nonsense, embarrassing themselves, and calling it activism. I am not kidding. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Fuck Charlie Kirk! Fuck Charlie Kirk! Fuck Charlie Kirk! Fuck Charlie Kirk! He was a racist! He was a racist! He was a racist! He was a racist! He was hateful! He was hateful! He was nothing like Martin Luther King! He was nothing like Martin Luther King! Nothing at all! Nothing at all! Nothing at all! Justice for Trey Reed! Justice for Trey Reed! Justice looks amazing. Did they police speech? They police my speech. Police follow me around. They follow Relly around. They want to police us for speaking for freedom. But people can spread hate and get national holidays. That's why I can't stand the police. They followed Martin Luther King Jr. They helped kill Malcolm X. But they protect people who hate us. The medical said there's no foul play. The medical said there's no foul play. Bullshit. Mississippi is racist. They got racist doctors. They got racist judges. They got racist cops.
Now, here's the real problem I have with this. These men always show up for the big stories, marching down the streets, yelling in a megaphone, doing things that are actually not helpful. What are you doing at home? Okay. What about raising your children? What about helping your community actually make
Right there. Stop.
crime? Or better yet, how about we just
Now, you hear Candace Owens Jr.? Do you hear how she's bringing in straw man arguments? First off, let's say the language is a little caustic by the fellow, but everything he chanted was not wrong. Everything he chanted about how police misconduct transpires, racial profiling. Notice how she didn't address any of that. She immediately started attacking. What are you doing with your family? What is your home life like? And she, like the other young lady, keeps talking about Mr. Reed having mental issues and problems, but she's not producing a shred of paperwork showing that Mr. Reed had mental issues. Maybe she didn't hear Mr. Reed's parents, who articulated that their son had no issues as far as mental issues are concerned. That's documented. He was happy with his life. He was looking forward to going to school and was enjoying himself. But what does she do? What does Candace Owens Jr. do here? What are you doing with your home life? What are you doing with making assumptions? But I want y'all to see what we're dealing with out here. Wow, Carmen, young lady, you have a lot to learn in very short time. And I feel sorry for your father and your mother. Straight up. Because they ain't teach you anything. Run the video, Karimo.
talk about these kids and how they're killing each other and how they hate each other? Okay. How about the degradation of the Black community, the destroying of Black families? How about accountability, discipline, emotional intelligence? Any takers here? No, none of that will ever get addressed. Instead, we will get performative outrage that accomplishes
Oh boy,
absolutely
man.
nothing. And this is exactly why I can't take any of these so-called Black leaders seriously. They never deal with the real issues. They only want attention. They only want the cameras. And the truth is, they are the hate group. And they got the nerve to call Charlie Kirk hateful. No, you guys are hateful. The projection here is insane. And it doesn't stop there. I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to this TikToker, because he's going to actually go as far as to breaking down Martin Luther King's record with facts, not feelings. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
To put King and Kirk on the same footing is an erroneous thing to do. While Kirk actually lived out the values that he talked about publicly, Dr. King did not. We know that Dr. King was involved in orgies, he liked to sleep with prostitutes, and that according to his best friend, Ralph Abernathy, he even beat up a few women. While Charlie Kirk believed in the fundamental tenets of the Christian faith and the virgin birth, that Jesus resurrected from the dead.
Man, yo.
Why are we listening to this bullshit? Like,
No seventh answer. We have to let the people see why we do what we do. Hey, yo. I knew somewhere down the line it would get you rocked, but we have to show it. We have to. Because this is why the Lion's Den is where it's at. We got to show what we're up against and why we have to stomp this kind of foolishness out. Listen at this dude. Ralph Abernathy was not Martin Luther King's best friend.
no, this is promoting the same bullshit that they want to do, is the false narrative instead of pushing out the true information and the facts of the case. Just like she didn't even put out the mom statement that's on the bottom of the statement that girl made, which is supposed to be the cousin or whatever. The mom up under that statement made another statement on somebody else's post saying that there's a second autopsy and there was blunt force trauma. And the mom said on her comment that she don't care what nobody say or whatever. Far as the false narrative, she's gonna get justice for her son, and that she liked the comment that person said. So she do not agree with the comment that this wannabe cousin or whatever said it, because she did not like that. She liked the one that was up under that claimed that there was a second autopsy and everything that was said.
Thank you, seventh answer.
Yeah, but I don't like hearing false narrative and false information, even though, you know, it's just too much of it. You feel what I'm saying? A little bit of it, but it's just too much of it.
Well, rock with me, seventh answer, because you know why? We got
plenty of information based on facts.
Right, but we want to show
false information. What they trying to put out there, which already showed the real document and the reason why, which is MK Ultra mind control of them putting this information out on Dr. King. I don't want to listen to the bullshit about on a racist. Like, come on now, to help give a motherfucker voice to down talk somebody. Now we gonna have to hurry up and rush through this bull crap. It's too much of it. Like, it's 23 minutes of her with the bullshit. Now we got to go with him, and she's bringing out information that coincides.
All right, seventh answer. Okay, seventh answer. I will pull it. I will concede. Let's just yank it. I think I've driven home the point.
Oh my God! Like, you talking about, let's take the facts in comparison. She could, pick something that was, you know what I mean, on a positive level. Like, she just, you know what I mean, faxing on, like, you comparing somebody that ain't even fought for your fucking rights. You feel me? But do
this
a comparison. Like, that shit is ignorant. And then, you know what I mean? And then pushing the line.
Well, seventh answer. That's why when I break down the formula of the Lion's Den, that we're one of the many factions of the anti-coon, we got to show why. It's 2025. Listen to the coonery. Listen at this dude.
Man, it's too much of it. It's too much. The last video was coonery. To continue promote, we have to promote more of what they trying to hide. You feel what I'm saying? That's the whole purpose of us pushing out this information because we have too many platforms pushing out false narrative, trying to hide it, trying to make it seem like it ain't what it is. You feel me?
But
And
that's
we
why.
don't have enough
That's why.
platforms breaking down the
But
truth and trying to keep this stuff alive. You feel what I'm saying? We have people that's paid reporters who try to put out the false narrative. We don't give them we can't give them too much of a voice. You understand what I'm
well,
saying?
I'm not giving them a voice. It's not something I'm giving them. I'm tearing it down while she's speaking. That's why I'm coming in, tearing it down, and you're coming in now. But I'm tearing it. I just gotta. We have to show our people what we are up against and why we do what we do, and we go so hard. It needs to be seen so we can understand we have a big job to do in destroying the Stevens and the Bedwinch, and we have to show this.
Yeah,
It's
but it gotta fit the
painful.
narrative. It can't fit to the point where we just letting them just fucking talk about their fucking complaints and their feelings. You understand what I'm saying? It's gotta line up to the narrative of what is going on. A lot of this of what
Well,
they're
here's
complaining and
the
talking
thing.
about is trying to put a false narrative on another situation that has nothing to do with.
Well, seventh answer.
That's like a
Here is
distraction. We know that
here
there's
the.
racist
I'm
rhetoric.
sorry.
We know that racial rhetoric. We know that you feel me. There's a major distraction of them trying to paint it seem like it's not a racial motive attack or whatever. So what they're doing is trying to distract you with this, oh Martin Luther King, all this other stuff, and trying to break down other people's videos instead of bringing down the facts of the matter in which we continue to try to do, but we can't.
And that's why. And
We
this is
can't
why.
allow them for 23 minutes to break down some bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
But our
maybe
job.
about 8 minutes of it or 10 minutes, but it's just overwhelming of, you know what I mean? Now they
Okay.
start talking
Okay.
about their feelings on how they feel about Martin Luther King. That's a whole nother conversation. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's a
I
whole
got you, but now but look at but your premise of being voices for justice. This is why we're going in now to counter and give our listeners the balance and destroy these fools with their own garbage and rhetoric, okay? Because it needs to be destroyed. As painful as it is to hear it. But you know what I'm gonna do? You're right.
and
She's
don't
been
just stick
giving
to
enough.
the narrative of the topic. You feel what I'm saying? We talking about Martin Luther King comparison about how they like Charlie Kirk. This shit that ain't got nothing to do with you Trey Reed and you feel me? That's the
No, but hold on, but
distraction.
wait,
A whole
wait. But here what it has to do with it. Because she's trying to tear down the whole notion that Mr. Reed was murdered. And there are those of us saying that he was, and the evidence is now showing it. So we want to show these bozos up
right.
So that's why I'm showing it in its entirety and just going and coming in behind them and tearing it down and wrecking them. Okay?
Right. They did like that's why I say it's going into another scenario and topic on this one topic because they 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes on the right topic. Now they're going into feelings and how they feel about the comparison of their buddy and Martin Luther King. That's a whole nother, you understand what I'm saying? It's like more rhetoric on top of more rhetoric. Now, the 15 minutes of them sticking to the topic, yeah, I think they're going into a whole nother discussion of what the internet's saying about Martin Luther King, which is a whole nother topic. I already dealt with this topic of how people are saying Charlie Kirk is like Martin Luther King. You feel what I'm saying? That don't got nothing to do with his death. That got something to do with his reputation.
No, this bozo is actually saying that Charlie Kirk was better than Martin Luther King. And I'm
That's what
just
I'm
trying
trying to
to
say. They talking about his reputation. His reputation, because you know the narrative not too long ago when he got shot, there was trying to make him seem like he was Martin Luther King. They was trying to compare him to Martin Luther King. That's why I say it's a whole nother topic she's dealing with. You see what I'm saying? As far as what the internet is saying about how Charlie Kirk is like a Dr. King to certain people. And then at the same breath of tearing him down, which half of these coon do. You feel me? Including the white people. You feel me? But the narrative, that's the reason why they're trying to stress the fact that Martin Luther King wasn't nobody, was a warmonger and all that, because they're trying to make it seem like Charlie Kirk is better. That's a whole nother discussion.
True. But
I'm
let it
saying
run.
what she doing is touching down on two other topics, not just, you know what I mean, the first one, which is Troy Reed. Now she brought her buddy in, and now they having she not her buddy, but somebody that she highly respected on a decision when it comes to his opinion about breaking down the difference between Kirk and Martin Luther King. Let's say the first topic, we deal with, but here's another topic we got to break down of them doing the comparison between their beloved Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King, which that's a whole nother topic.
All right, seventh answer. Then how about this? Zip past them then. And matter of fact, you're right. She's been given enough time. They get the people out there in the audience. They get it. But me, I just want this to go all the way in. But you're right. Let me pull. Thank you for pulling me.
Yeah, I don't want to confuse people and make it seem like, you know what I mean, we dealing with, you know what I mean, this topic, when we can do that comparison when we come back with the Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean. But I want to derail it on, you feel me, on the comparison between, you feel me, their feelings and opinions about Martin Luther King. That's just a whole other, I have to compare myself to that one. That don't have nothing to do with
All right, seventh answer. I got you.
When people talking, I like to go get information to back that up and then discredit whatever. You feel me? But right now, that's not the. We could deal with it on its own, but I want to put more information to it. But what I'm hearing is she just changed the topic to deal with another topic. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, seventh answer. I got you.
We still got the other brother that's from Mexico to deal with. You know what I mean? So I don't want to.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't want to get off topic with. You know what I mean?
Okay. Enough said. I got you. we. I think people in the viewing audience have gotten it. You're right. So let's move on.
Yeah,
but this is what we.
She did enough deflecting, because you know what I mean, all she did was repeat shit she heard on the internet and then try to discredit sources, but then she not even going off of the mom's statement. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, fair enough. But smashing, I don't know. They said that Martin Luther King's mother was shot by a black Hebrew Israelite. But let's move on. Now, we'll come back to this, but this is what we're up against, you all. You have Candace Owens Jr. and this Carmen lady, and you got Charlie Kirk Jr. and Brad. But we just want to just show you what they're talking about out here. And as we enter our third album, okay, where this topic is Voices for Justice. We've been covering the Trey Reed incident at Delta University in Mississippi, and we took you on a journey and revisited our dear brother Kendrick Johnson, and just we put the two cases together because they're so eerily similar. And for those of you who are just tuning in, this is the Lion's Den, and we're your host, the seventh answer, Lady Karima, along with your brother in faith here, Malachiah, also known as Baby Hebrew. And we hope that you've been enjoying thus far all our presentation and the information that we're bringing forth. Hold on for just a second. Again, like I said, we hope that you've been enjoying. Let's see who's talking real quick. No, it's not. It's okay. It's each one teach one. Okay, I just want to just clear up who they said the black Hebrew Israelite shot when Martin Luther King's mother was assassinated. But now, as you can see, yeah, good question, man. Is that Tyrone's man? Probably is. But listen, you all out there in Lions and Land, it is always our pleasure to bring you the facts, nothing but the facts, straight up and down. Also, we're showing you that here in the Lions Den, even in our being liberated moderators, there's certain limits. I went a little too deep, and okay, the seventh answer came in and pulled me out. Sorry about, and I'm sorry I was almost about to go off topic. But the bottom line is, look, y'all, something is dreadfully wrong out here. Now, seventh answer, do you want to go and tackle the issue with the New Mexico?
I'm getting
All
it
right.
right now. I'm about to pull up the statement that's up under that.
So now we're about to pull up another issue, but you know what? Also, if you all ever get a chance, I want you all to look up the case of James Jasper Byrd, who in 1999 in Killeen, Texas, and some of his good buddies tied him to the back of a pickup truck and dragged him at a high rate of speed until his body broke into pieces. Just want y'all to look up that case. All right. Now, we're going to be taking you to New Mexico.
Her statement is under Willie D's statement. Willie D's statement is the one that first talks about, cabinet getting the autopsy. Then he broke the news and said the information about the autopsy, and he said he got it from the mom. So the relative made a comment, which the one that girl just shared up under his comment, and said the family don't, little comment she made. But the mom made a comment up under that and reshared the comment that the girl said. This Willie D right here, this Willie D, this the girl. Let me show you. This is the mom. She said, I'm going to keep on speaking up for my son. Who's going to check me? I got basically who's going to check me, because what the girl said, you feel me? You read the comment that the girl said that people was just saying things and all this type of stuff. But this is the comment that the mom made up under there. Like, who going to check me? I got answers. She said, I got the answer to that. Nobody, Reed family. And then she, tagged this comment up under there. The second autopsy has been revealed that Trey Reed has blunt force trauma to the back of his head. This is her reposting it. So she agreed with what's going on. So whatever the hell they talking about is some bullshit.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So, you caught me snacking. Apples are good. Anyway, listen.
Yeah, I'm going to get the other video. Hold on.
Okay, we're going to be taking you now to another case out here in New Mexico. A gentleman was lynched, found hanged. All right. And we want you to just stand by. All right, like I said, we are not afraid to tackle any subject matter. And for all you out there, my night owls on my side of the coast, thank you for joining us and hanging in. And those of you anywhere else out in the world, still welcome in your time zone and taking time out to listen to us. We hope that you're enjoying this ride and this flight as we our voices for justice. And see, this is why in this time, and I agree with you, Smashing Idol, we really need to put our foot down and start fighting back, okay, in more ways than one. Because again, as we've said in previous episodes, there's clearly an overt and covert war on our people. As of this week, you had your illustrious president. He's now cutting Medicaid for a great many people. And some of you white folks out there, you feeling that pinch now. See what happened when you vote against your own interest? You see what happens when you have psychopaths and sociopaths be allowed to entrench themselves into leadership in this country? You see what happens when you get distracted with chicanery and other deeds that you really shouldn't be paying attention to? Or how about this? Because you're so selfish and you want everything for yourself, you vote against something that on the surface they'll tell you, well, we want to make sure the Negroes or the niggers don't get it, and you'll get it only. But in the meantime, and in between time, many of these rich white corporate owners of the country basically are plotting on you. And now a lot of you white folks, oh, you feeling it now. But that's what you get for being selfish. You voted against reparations, black folks receiving reparations in cash payment. You voted against that. Now you feeling the effects of voting against that because you know why? Here it is. Everything you like and you want is now being cut. See, you voted against us having a piece of the health care, Medicaid, all that. Now you're getting cut. And that's what you get. See, when you're selfish and you go digging that grave for one person, well, that grave is actually going to be your demise and where you bury yourself. And so, too, all you MAGA white folks out there, you was riding the MAGA bandwagon. Oh, you was riding the MAGA wave. Well, in your immortal words of old school rapper Kool Moe Dee, how you like being in the poorhouse? How you like having everything you work for now, excuse me, be stripped from you? It's not a good feeling now, is it? And especially when it's coming from your MAGA brothers. How does it feel when you now realize that a great many black folks like us when we tell you that some of your white brethren are out of control, demonic, and only for themselves and don't care about you either? You now are seeing it to be true. How does it feel? How does it feel that when you turn a blind eye to all the evil some of your white brethren, you saw them doing it, you said nothing, because as long as a foot wasn't in your behind, you didn't care. Well, now how does it feel now when the foot's in your behind and you're losing everything? Justice? All right, let's go to work, y'all. We're now entering our third hour of the conversation continues. For all y'all trooping with us, thank you. Share, like, subscribe this show. Let's go to work, Seventh Dancer. Let's go to work.
Okay, this is disturbing. This guy was just found hanging in the woods in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So he had recently just moved to New Mexico from Kansas City. He came here.
It wasn't the woods, it was a building.
To get a new job and start a fresh life. But police have ruled this as a self-deletion, not a homicide. But his family is calling BS on this. They're saying he loved life. He didn't want to hurt himself, and he was enjoying his time in New Mexico. But it's kind of crazy to me. In Albuquerque, nobody is even talking about this. I didn't even know about this. But in Kansas City, this story is absolutely blowing up. But the details are so vague. There is very little information on this. But it's kind of crazy because there have been several incidences like this across the United States just this year alone. But his family thinks that this could possibly be a hate crime or something along the lines of that. Now, I've lived in Albuquerque my entire life, and I know Albuquerque is insanely violent, but I don't know if I've seen any hate crimes here. I'm sure some have happened at some point in time, but I know it is not something that happens on the regular basis. But I wish more information would be put out. So if anybody sees anything or anybody knows anything, comment down below. Let me know because I'd love to do a follow-up on this. Guys, see you later. Rest in peace and my condolences to the family. Okay, this
Only thing that's on my mind.
Yeah, you're looking at the case of Javon Gavon, I think it is. Javon Gavon. All right, let's go to work, Karima.
Appreciated. I have people also on here, and thank you all for your support. I'm now seeing hundreds of posts and videos about this, and it's greatly appreciated. I have people also messaging me about updates and things. I don't have anything updated for you. When I have something updated, as long as the family permits me to share that with you, that I will. The only thing that I know is that he had been missing since January. There were posts circulating asking for any information. I did redact the names that were in this just because I haven't been given permission to release that. So if they want me to, then I will, but I don't want to put their names out there if they were not, if they've not given consent to do that. I also saw an updated news article that had been posted about it, but has since been deleted. So I don't know what's going on with that or what that means. I'm just going to continue to help his family, however they need me to. And then, like I said, whatever they allow me to share with you guys, I will bring back here and let you guys know. I am just grateful that I was able to use my platform in order to get this out there and have it circulating. I know I'm not a huge platform, but you know, just big enough that enough people saw it that people are talking about. So my mom woke me up this morning to show me a news article that my
content warning. Okay, this is disturbing. This guy was just found.
The guy's name is Javon Gavon. All right, we want to make sure we say his name, okay? Because again, you know, this is just showing you that this is not just all these black men just deleting themselves And every time they get found, the first thing that said, oh, suicide. Come on, man. Come on. So we're just shedding light and being a voice to all these different findings. Because come on, all these black men are being found hanged. And traditionally, as you know, it's been pointing out by law enforcement and others, the typical suicide by most black men and women, usually by a gun or pills, tablets or something of that nature. We're not known to go lynching and hanging ourselves. That's just not traditionally done. If we do choose, unfortunately, to give into self-deletion. But I'm just saying, I know, isn't it something? I know. It's, yeah, Smash. That's how bad it is. That's just how bad it is. Not, you know, in this particular instance, you know, he goes down there in hopes of a new start, fresh start. And he's having, you know, a real go at, you know, a new life. And next thing you know, he's found hanged. I wish, like I said, I've been looking into the case. You know, definitely there are a lot of people that love this man and are pressing the issue and pushing the issue. You know, but this is just bad. And you know, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what more need to be done. You know, clearly, you know, we have a presidential administration, both from a Republican and a one-time Democrat, that don't want to pass any legislation that, you know, gives us protections and rights from, you know, hate crimes. But according to these bozos here, oh, these are just unfortunate suicides. And we're just showing you that when you see something that transpires time and time and time again, that's not a coincidence. It's a pattern, all right? And typically when you see patterns, that means that we're dealing with some very evil and sinister acts that obviously people are working together to commit these acts. That might sound like a whole far-reaching, but some of this stuff may be coordinated attacks. All right? I mean, for instance, not here, but out in Texas, right now, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, still refuses to call the thus far 15 dead bodies, murdered victims, majority being black female, found in a Houston bayou, the work of a serial killer. 15 killings since the beginning of this year, or going back in the 2024. 15, and they don't want to say it's the work of a serial killer. All the dead, here it is, 250 some odd bodies found in basically a mass grave behind a prison in Jackson, Mississippi, coupled with the 29 unsolved murders of Black folks found with their heads cut off and spinal columns removed, almost as if they took a cue from the 1990 follow-up movie Predator 2. Okay, or 19 well, you know, Predator 2, where you know the predator creature had the notion of ripping out the spinal column and heads in that particular sequel to the original Predator. My point being that there are some evil, malevolent individuals or peoples out here, groups out here that are murdering Black men and hanging them. I am not going to sit up here and be told that all these Black men and women being found, lynched, their bodies thrown in bayous. In the case of Rania Lewis and Sade Robinson, dismembered and cut to pieces. Or the other victims of the other victims out in Excelsior, Missouri, of known white supremacist Timothy Haslett back in 2023. 4 victims. The 5th one was able to escape. 4 victims of Black women butchered. Sure, cut to pieces, man. Look, we cannot sit up here and think that none of us are safe. There are clearly some bad elements out here. And now this video I see comes with a warning. So for you out there, if you have your children listening to this presentation, you might want to use some discretion, okay? Or if you have sensitive ears and a sensitive psyche, maybe you should take precaution and listen to this next presentation. Go to work, 7th answer, go to work.
Death, suicide mention, and anti-Black violence in a police context. Please, take care of yourself. Have you heard about the viral story of a Black man from Kansas City who was found hanged in New Mexico with a metal chain around his neck? Did you know that police then cremated his body before notifying the family or conducting an autopsy? His name was Javon Given, and you need to hear the real story of what happened to him and why so many people are demanding answers. Now, you may have seen this story blowing up on social media the past couple of days, but if you try to look up news coverage, nothing. That's because the mainstream media doesn't cover stories like this. They turn a blind eye when the police say, nothing to see here. But our Black media organization spoke directly with Javon's family. We spoke with organizers on the ground in Albuquerque. We have the police reports, and what we found is both horrifying and enraging. Javon Given was a 29-year-old Black brother from Kansas City, Missouri. His family affectionately called him Football. He was 5'10", a joyous personality, and he loved life. In August of 2024, Javon moved to Albuquerque looking for a fresh start after the passing of his mother. He struggled with homelessness, and he landed a job at a Dollar Tree and a gas station. He was staying at St. Elizabeth to rebuild his life, and he even had a baby on the way. But on August 28th, 2024, something changed. On that day, Javon reached out to more than 20 family members. He was desperately asking for money. His cousin Jada Walker told the defender that everybody said the same thing. It seemed like he was running from something. After August 28th, the family never heard from him again. 20 days later, on September 17th, an employee at a commercial building in Corrales, New Mexico, finds Javon's body. He's hanging from a metal chain. Albuquerque police show up. They take 39 photos. They have body cam footage, and they find a journal with his body. And they quickly rule it a suicide. Case closed. Here's where it gets sinister. They never contacted his family, never tried to reach out to anyone who knew him, never asked if he was suicidal, never investigated what happened in those 20 days between his desperate calls and his death. They just closed the case. And then they cremated the body, effectively destroying the most critical physical evidence and ensuring that no independent autopsy could ever be done. And they didn't tell his family any of this before they did it. Javon's family had no idea where he was. On October 1st, 2025, his cousin, Jada Walker, filed a missing persons report in Albuquerque, New Mexico. About 3 hours later, police called. Javon had died the previous September and had already been cremated. Jada told the defender that he loved life and wasn't suicidal. So this story raised some serious red flags for the entire family. She asked for the autopsy, identification photos, the evidence collected. The detective gave her a report number and then stopped returning calls, according to Jada. The family says identification relied solely on a misspelled name and a birth date. No photos, no face-to-face confirmation before the cremation. Those 39 photographs that police took, not released. The body cam footage, not released. The journal they found with Javon's body, contents never disclosed. All of that evidence exists. We know that because it's listed in the police report, but the family can't access any of it. When Jada tried to follow up, tried to get answers, the detective, Lorenzo Avocado, stopped returning calls. Jada told us they've left multiple unreturned voicemails. Now you might be asking yourself, if this really happened, why didn't any news outlets cover it earlier? Many people on Reddit even began to say that it was fake because there was no media coverage. But that's exactly the point. The reason no mainstream media covered this is the same reason that this occurred in the first place. Because Javon was Black. Because at the time of his death, he was unhoused. Because to the police, to the media, his life was disposable. They didn't think his death was worth investigating, and mainstream media didn't think that his story was worth telling. But we do. And this isn't isolated. Just weeks ago, DeMartravion Trey Reed, a Black student at Delta State University in Mississippi, was found hanging. Authorities quickly ruled it suicide. Across the country, multiple Black men have been found hanged in recent weeks. Each time, police rule it a suicide before a real investigation takes place. Organizers that we spoke to in Albuquerque put it plainly. This department concealed the lynching of a Black man for over a year and tried to label it a suicide. We reject that narrative outright. They said Black people do not hang themselves in public in America. We know this because the history is written in blood, from Reconstruction to Jim Crow to right now. Police and coroners have covered up racial terror by labeling it self-inflicted. Last night, organizers held an emergency press conference outside of the Albuquerque Police Department. Here's what organizers are demanding: an independent investigation into Javon's death, full public release of photos, evidence, and body cam footage, accountability for any officials who concealed, distorted, or delayed facts, a public acknowledgement that anti-Black violence persists and that silence is complicity. Next week, Javon's family will hold a balloon release in his honor. Javon Maurice Given was 29 years old. He had a whole family who loved him, a grandmother that raised him, a cousin who never stopped searching for him, and a pastor who never stopped praying. Friends and family knew the real him, and they knew that he wasn't suicidal. He was trying to build a new life, and something horrifying happened to him. His family deserves answers. His community deserves justice. And we won't stop investigating the story until we get both. The fact of the matter is, we only know about this case because Jada Walker refused to stop looking for her cousin. The only reason that there's pressure is because the public kept it alive. And the only reason you have the full story is because the Kansas City Defender did the work that mainstream media wouldn't. I'm Vaughn Harrison with the Kansas City Defender. Follow us for more content.
Now, I want y'all to pay careful attention. Notice that the narrator here mentioned the fact that Mr. Javon, his body was cremated, but before his family could get to it, the investigators didn't make the attempt to contact his family, though they were reachable. They cremated his body. This is the same thing that happened to, we featured him last night, Mingo Damon Allen. They cremated his body. Therefore, any independent autopsy they could have conducted to find out what happened, that's impossible. But this takes me back to when Michael Jordan's father was murdered so many moons ago. They still want you to believe the official story that Michael Jordan's father, while traveling throughout North Carolina in the wee hours of the night, pulled over in a luxury Mercedes to sleep. And instead of checking into the many hotels along the route he was taking, and with the millions of dollars at his access, no, he decided to pull over on the side of a road in the wee hour of the night where he had two local boys allegedly kill him. But wait now. Rather than keep the body, okay, because they all knew, well, maybe they didn't know who Michael Jordan's father was. They knew who James Jordan was. But when Michael and the family went to go retrieve their father's remains, they were met with, oh, we didn't know who he was, so we took off his hands and we cremated his body. Now, wait a minute. The man, according to them, was Mr. James Jordan was the victim of a murder, right? Two local, one black, one white, killed James Jordan in a carjacking gone wrong. And they cremated Mr. Jordan's body because they couldn't identify it. But they found the car. See, the robbers, they only took, according to the official investigators in that case, they only took money, any cash and that don't make no sense either. Like I said, that whole story stunk to high heaven. But the point is, they cremated James Jordan's body before Michael and his family could get hold to it, which meant what? Cover up. To this day, although I'll never be able to prove it, I bet you 10-1. You had some local yokel officers hating on James Jordan, pulled him over. They didn't realize who he was at the time. He probably got indignant with them. They killed him. And then they concocted a story to hide what really happened, because they cremated his body. So here it is, this Javon fellow, they had his identification, they had his journal with names of family members, and they refused to contact him. And not only did they not contact him until after the fact, they took it upon themselves to cremate that man's body. Which means cover up. Because he lynched himself, hanged himself with a metal chain. Come on, y'all. Come on. Come on. Let's just stop. Please stop. All right. And this goes to show you what we're up against. And then you had Marcus.
Teenagers charged with killing.
Oh, you brought it up. Yes, let's go back in the time. See, Voices for Justice. Let's go back in time. All right, and let's revisit the case of Michael Jordan's father. Run the video, Karima.
Michael Jordan's father are appearing in court in North Carolina for the first time. Larry Demery and Daniel Green, both 18, are being held without bail on charges of first-degree murder and armed robbery in the death of James Jordan. After a weekend of wild speculation surrounding the killing, authorities arrested the two, saying the motive seemed to be simple highway robbery. Demery's attorney is worried about his client getting a fair trial.
That's a little early to tell. I don't think there's anywhere from here to the West Coast that hadn't had a lot of publicity.
Sheriff's officials in North Carolina continue building their case in the murder. Investigators say they found a National Basketball Association championship ring that Michael Jordan gave to his father. Authorities say the ring is very important to the case against the two teenagers. Hope Johnson, at this hour, the two teenagers charged with killing Michael Jordan's father are.
Now let's take a real good look at that. These two, they were 18 at the time. What kind of robbery? Now, what kind of robbery, people? When they found the car, Mr. Jordan, who they couldn't identify at the time, the championship ring that Michael gave to him, an X amount of cash, and the car itself was still there. What kind of robbery is that, y'all? Huh? And then take a look at this young man. This is the young black man. Look at the clothes he's wearing. Now, the court gave him this suit to wear. Guess whose suit he's wearing, y'all? James Jordan's. He's wearing James Jordan's clothes. They went so far to try to insinuate this kid would be dumb enough to rob the man and then wear the man's clothes to court. I'm giving y'all the backdrop if they don't include it here in this excerpt. Go ahead, Kramer, run the video.
What do you think about the verdict? What about the verdict? What do you think?
At this hour, the two teenagers charged with killing Michael.
What do you think about the verdict? What about the verdict?
Now, the point I'm raising, ladies and gentlemen, out here in Lions Den land, is that when this case transpired, they already cremated James Jordan's body. If it was just an open and shut case of a highway robbery gone wrong, and these young men were the ones who killed him, then why the freak did they burn this man's body and just take and only gave his hands to Michael Jordan and the family? Make it make sense, man. This been going on for years. Sundown towns and all that. And James Jordan, with, like I said, an X amount of cash and credit and debit cards on his person, he couldn't pull over to a hotel, top of the line, and sleep. No, he gonna pull over on the side of a road in the middle of no freaking where. Come on, y'all. That story stunk. And they cremated his body before Michael and his family could get a hold of him. That let you know something real ominous went down. And that was around the time when Michael had quit basketball. Okay, had ran up some gambling debts and all. I won't speculate. But right after James Jordan was murdered, Michael returned to the NBA all of a sudden. Just want to put that out there. It's just a thought. Run the video, seventh answer. Smashing Idol, I wish I was BSing you.
Come on, guys. No, give me back. Guys, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
I was off doing my thing, and my mom said she hadn't talked to him in some time. He drives and goes down to Wilmington to visit old friends, stay a couple of days, drive back. But my mother's always in dialogue with him. When she got worried, we all got worried.
Was it unusual for him to be out of contact with you?
Oh, yes. Definitely unusual. I knew something went right.
James Jordan, the father of Bulls superstar Michael Jordan, has not been seen for 3 weeks. His car was found stripped and hidden in some woods near Fayetteville, North Carolina.
The car, a red Lexus, was missing the license plates. It was battered. The windows were broken out.
I was off doing my thing, and my mom said she hadn't talked to him in some time. He drives and goes down to Wilmington to visit old friends.
Okay, I got the car make wrong. I got him and his Cosby transposed. My bad. But Smashing Idol, I'm not BSing you. All they got was his hands. Now wait a minute. They knew who this man was. You better believe that those two kids didn't kill that kid, kill Mr. Jordan. They didn't kill James Jordan.
As we continue going through the car, right, going to the glove compartment. As we continue going through the car, right, going to the glove compartment. And the first thing I see is the register. And it's James R. Jordan. I mean, that doesn't, of course, everybody in here from North Carolina knows who Mike is, but James R. didn't really mean anything to me at the time, So I start looking back again, over like in the trunk, in the back seat of the car. I'm noticing everything back there, like one set of golf clubs got a Chicago Bulls sign on it, red and black. And then other thing, the watch that he took off, the engraving that was on the back of it, to Dad. That's what really set it off for me, right? To Dad, from Michael and Juanita. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why I knew at the time that his wife's name was Juanita, but I did. And that's when I was like, they ain't going to stop, man. They ain't going to stop. It's over for us. I knew it that night pretty much, but and we continue going through the car.
Michael couldn't tie his tie, so I had to tie the tie for him. And that moment was just so hard of what we were there for.
Did you hear that BS story this dude giving you? All right.
We all were together, and it was devastating, but
yeah, like I said, they went through all the funeral procession and everything else with no body. Okay, just his hands. Think about that. If these two dudes were just cut and dry, the ones who robbed him and what have you, why wouldn't they hold his body so that Michael and his family could do another independent autopsy to find out if for sure what they claim happened to him? My point is, this has been going on for a long time. Black folks getting murdered by some very questionable elements, and then a cock and bull story goes on but their bodies are cremated before their families are notified. Just want to take you down memory lane. All right, if you want to run the rest of that video, go viral ahead. Seventh answer.
It was about support. You know, we had to support each other. You know, my mother was so strong. And the first thing she says, you know, you gotta be thankful, you know, and I started looking at the positive.
Michael's someone got up and spoke, and he spoke about, I think, what a father he'd been to him, more a father, but also a friend. He'd been there, a lot of things he wouldn't share with anybody else. He shared with his dad.
One of the things that he always taught me is that you have to take a negative and turn it into a positive.
As we continue going.
The body of a decomposing African-American male was found in a creek, and that creek cut through Marlboro County, South Carolina. That on the other side of the creek was North Carolina, but the body happened to be in Marlboro County, and the body was severely decomposed, obviously a homicide victim. Couldn't get him ID'd, and the little coroner's office that was in Marlboro County didn't have space for the body. None.
Translate
or anything.
lying.
Well, they had the body cremated. That was Michael Jordan's father.
What?
Yeah. So you can imagine the Jordan's family, how taken aback, but, because you hand them over, some type of receptacle containing ashes, and that's all you have left. Even if the body is decomposed, I can't necessarily fault the guy in the coroner. He can't take the body home with him.
Right.
What's he going to do with the body? They just didn't have the resources for that. The body of a decomposing African-American.
See, the story's changed, but look, the dude, that was a stone cold lie. They found his body in a creek. If he was carjacked, the location where he was found, or where he was jacked for his car, allegedly, was nowhere near a freaking creek. And these two 18-year-olds weren't sophisticated enough to pull up a robbery, but they were sophisticated enough to take this man's body and throw it in the creek, and they didn't have refrigeration and facilities. Come on, man. Stop. What he said didn't make any sense then, and what they said back then didn't make any sense. Everyone knew what it was. But just showing you, this has been going on for a long time. And it really has to stop now. But again, all these killings of, again, black people, nonstop. And I urge y'all to check out what's going on in Texas right now. 15 killings. And who knows, there may be more. And yet, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, don't want to declare it to be the work of a serial killer. And these killings started right after Charlie Kirk assassination, and most notably, all this anger towards black people and blaming black folks for Charlie Kirk being murdered. And that Stephen Miller's speech, "You are our enemies, and you have nothing, you are nothing. The light versus the dark," and all. He was talking in code, but I broke that down. It's been all these hangings of black folks now. That whole incident involving Tennessee, where you had those two white dudes go down there on that campus and set up shop outside the women's dormitory, not the men, the women. And they wonder why they were thrown off the campus and everyone became hostile with them, which to me was nothing but a dry run, because one in this particular instance in Tennessee, it was a table and leaflets to the debate. The next time it could be some AR-15s or other automatic machine guns coming to kill. Because look how easy they were able to permeate and penetrate the security there and get access to that campus. And then you have all these other hangings and lynchings from Trey Reed, Javon, Gavon, Mingo, Damon Allen, Demetrius Moore, and others that we're gonna be covering. The dismembering of Sade Robinson and Rania Lewis. And you can look, and if you type in black women killed by white men or their white lovers, just brace yourself for what you're gonna find. But I'm just gonna say, look, all right, brothers and sisters, it's about to be 2:00 where I'm in my neck of the woods. I think that we've just given you more than enough beautiful conversation tonight into the wee hours of the night. And for my night hours, I want to thank you for allowing us to come into your mind, soul, and cipher. So, seventh answer, we're now coming in for a landing, okay, on runway number 1. As you're now tuning to the number 1 Truthality social
I have
media
one more.
platform. Oh, you do? All right, one more.
What you were just talking about, how the river, and how they found him in the river. He was in his car at first. I think they dragged him to the river or something.
Yeah, something they want you to believe. That don't make, but there was no river near where that stretch of road ran. Seventh answer, but go ahead, run it. I want to go ahead, let them hear the story.
It was. It was. They're gonna show you. Hold on.
Chest, but it was not until Friday, after reports surfaced that Michael Jordan's father was missing, that investigators established the tragic link. James Jordan's abandoned car had been vandalized. Police have since arrested several people for stealing parts of the vehicle, but they are not considered suspects in the murder. Instead, finances are now the focus of the homicide and kidnapping investigation. According to published reports, the FBI is looking into debts James Jordan owed to a company he owned in South Carolina. He had reportedly run into tax trouble while running JVL Enterprises, a business that makes T-shirts, shorts, and socks. Michael Jordan issued a statement describing his family as tight-knit, his father's death as shocking. It went on to say there would be no comment regarding the murder while the investigation is underway. Those who know the family well say the father was his superstar son's biggest fan, often traveling with him on the road with the 3-time NBA champion Chicago Bulls.
He was always there. And, he was always, it was like Michael was the apple of his eye.
When Michael ran into recent controversy off the court over a late-night gambling junket, it was his father, his protector, who stepped forward and accepted the blame. In Charlotte, North Carolina, a community is shaken by the violent and mysterious death of an outwardly gentle man.
I mean, certainly a tragedy, and I hope there's nothing more than that it was an unfortunate crime. There's nothing really deep like, the gambling thing and all that.
The family plans a small private funeral for relatives and close friends. Pat Etheridge, CNN, Mint Hill, North Carolina.
James Jordan
the father of NBA superstar. Michael Jordan was shot and killed while sleeping in his car in Robeson County, North Carolina on July 23, 1993. Two childhood friends, Daniel Green and Larry Demery, were arrested for the crime. They said they found Jordan sleeping in his red Lexus on the side of Highway 74 south of Lumberton. During the trial, Demery testified that they were going to tie up Jordan and steal his car, but then Green shot and killed him, a claim Green has vehemently denied. Both men were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Demery was scheduled to be released in August 2024, but his parole was terminated in 2021. James Jordan.
I was told two things. One, that he was told to leave the NBA around the time that his father got murdered because stories were about to come out, and there was a lot of heat on the fact that because of Michael's gambling habit, his father paid the price. And the NBA didn't want the press, so they asked him to leave for a while. That's when he went to play baseball. And then when things settled down, he came back. The plan was always, from what I was told, for him to come back. I was told two things. One,
Yeah.
You know, usually, this is my little theory. Usually, you got the hip hop police, you got the police constantly watching and surrounding, these celebrity people, right? So it could have been both ways. It could have been, you know what I mean? They robbed him or whatever, but somebody, probably the FBI, CIA, whatever, you feel me? The mob, somebody, to be seen opportunity to, do him in on top of what they was doing. I don't know. That's
Well, Seventh Answer, you're on to something, but the case was they found their two fall guy, their two MK Ultra. Although the black brother he's been maintaining his innocence ever since. Okay. All right. So that just goes to show you that his MK Ultra didn't take because all he did was maintain his innocence throughout. All right, and then he didn't revoke his parole. So clearly, hey, it is what it is. But he still maintained his innocence. But my point is, I wish they would have shown the original highway and lane where the car was jacked to show you, what they claim about his body being in the river. Come on, man. Nah. And then, we didn't have enough refrigeration. They're so full of it.
The concern is this $300,000 vehicle. I would like to just push this away. Keep your hands out of your pocket. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Keep your hands out of your pocket. There's nothing in my pocket. Put hands up in the lower. Man, bro, I'm Marcus Jordan. I'm Michael Jordan's son. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to get home, and I made a wrong turn. Okay, and clearly, we would just like to get our car off of the train track, which we were not trying to be on. And if there's 6 of us, and we throw this thing in reverse.
Well, I've already got concerns for your level of impairment anyways, okay? So that's why. Because I can smell alcohol coming from you, and you're on train tracks. Okay? So
come on, man.
Just listen to me. That's why I don't want you back behind the wheel anyways, okay?
I'm fine behind the wheel. Okay. I just would like to get my car out of this.
We'll deal with that after this, okay? We'll deal with that after this. But that's why I had to get you out of the car, okay? Because I hear spinning tires. I hear slurred speech from you. You're driving on train tracks.
I'm not slurring anything, and I'm
okay. I'm letting you know. I have concerns. Okay?
Well, I appreciate that.
Driving a vehicle, I can't let you back behind the car and drive a vehicle.
I appreciate your concerns.
Yeah, I don't want.
But I am not inebriated. I'm not anything that cannot drive home.
Okay. the shenanigans. But like I said, we've now given you just 4 hours. We really going in as always. So we hope that you've enjoyed this flight here on. The conversation continues, talking about what's on your mind, and we're gonna come right back at you. Make no mistakes about it. Seventh Answer, do you have any parting shots?
Yeah, I think this the creek. Hold on.
Where they found him? Yeah. Show it.
Yes, that's the highway right there.
Here now with word that the body of James Jordan has been found in a creek near the border between South and North Carolina.
Investigators say Jordan was driving late at night when he pulled off the road to take a nap.
And he was awakened, and at that time he was shot once in the chest.
2 18-year-old men are charged with the robbery and murder of James Jordan.
As for Michael Jordan, he arrived back home today in North Carolina, back to face the most painful moments of an already troubled year.
Meanwhile, Jordan's murder adds another bitter twist to the dark side of an all-American success story.
Good day. We're coming on the air now with word that the body of James Jordan has been found in a
All righty then. As you can see, that was when they found his body. I was hoping they showed the stretch of road where they had the car and everything else, Seventh Answer, but it's cool. I'm gonna agree.
Remember the car and they took the car and took the parts from the car. That's why it was in the impound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wasn't found with the car. You feel me? They stole the car. They stole the car.
I know.
So the car was at pretty much, but they showed you the road that he was on and where they found the body at. You feel me?
Okay, I feel you. Got you. Thanks for the correction. My bad. Thank you for the correction. Got you. Loud and clear. My only argument, though, like I said, that man had all that money on it. He didn't pull over into a hotel. They found these 2 fall guys. All right. But anyway, like I said.
Yeah, but you got to understand what elder guys like that, they like to go to casinos. And sometimes they do pull over on the side of the road when they get, you know what I mean, too hectic from the drive. Because I know a lot of elders that go to the casino and they be driving and they do pull over. They do not go, get a room in a casino and nothing like that. They will, and they travel far to go to the casino from where they're at. You feel me? So it is possible that he did, you know what I mean, rest. Because they be in the casinos late. By the time you get out of that casino, it'd be in the morning. You traveling back, but you leave it, you go up in there at nighttime, be coming out in the morning, time go by so fast, you know what I mean? But
yeah, you right.
You know what I mean? They do like to travel and drive, and they will pull over. You know what I mean, to get some kind of rest. But that could have been like he probably was target forward. You know what I mean? Like,
all right, okay.
it like I said, it could be, you know what I mean, to set up MK Ultra, just like the Martin Luther King. That's why I want to do a show on that. It's like I said, that's a whole different subject, and I got information I got to pull out on that. Even the prostitute that said that Martin Luther King didn't do anything while she was there when they held the meeting. You feel me? So I want to show that it was actually, you feel me, that one guy, which, you know what I mean, what's his name? J.F. Hoover set that up to make it seem like, you feel me, he was involved in different, you know, he was just basically trying to ruin his life down to trying to
Gotcha.
get him to suicide. You feel me? Trying to get Martin Luther King to commit suicide. So he was, you know, spreading all these rumors about him. And they, you know, back then when I was showing you on the Mind Control, that they used to meet up at them different brothels. Honeycomb, I mean, what was that? The Honeycomb, what was that? The little brothel that they used to meet up at, you know, the different high powered you know, different business meetings that they used to meet up at. You know what I mean? What was that? The one I showed you where they was had the little Playboy Mansion, and they used to have the little FBI agents meet up there. I'm gonna show you because it's a lot of information that's pertaining to that. Like I said, it's a whole, you know what I mean, can of worms where they was trying to make him seem like, you know what I mean, he was, you know,
I
cheater.
got you. I got you.
Really,
So you know what?
they set the meet there at certain places to make him seem like he was involved into messing around with these women, you know. And there was a call girl who actually was supposed to get him to, you know, do things with her and all that type of stuff, and he was not with it. And she explained to him that it was a setup through AJF Hoover on trying to get him to discredit him. They was doing all kinds of things to discredit Martin Luther King. You feel me? And it's in the CIA
Yes, they
notes.
were.
I don't. They brushing past all that to, you know, come up with the lies when it's really actually documented that, you know what I mean, he was not participating in these type of affairs, and that they was trying to get him to be involved in these type of things, and that's how they was trying to get different leaders and different people in different compromised positions to make them seem like, okay, we got shots of you here, and if you don't do our business or do, you know, stop doing this, then we're going to expose you with these images and these type of things. When they was setting up meetings to get them in compromised positions.
Yes, entrapment.
Correct. So I want to do one back on that one, because that one go deep to the mind control and how it's manipulating the public to where they're speaking on it. And that's what she was doing, using, you know, different videos. But that's, you know what I mean? That's how he wanted people to do, to discredit him. And it goes to Trump. Trump did that because he tried to get off the files of himself, which is the Epstein file. So he did something better, which was release the Martin Luther King file. See, that's why I say it's a whole nother different topic. He did that because he wanted people to, you feel me, not focus on the Epstein files. So he released the JFK files and the Martin Luther King's files, so people can see that the FBI, he was basically trying to demonize them, try to make it seem like, you know what I mean, they was involved in, to, you know what I mean, all this bull crap. But it kind of backfired on him. So what he did was he made it clear that, you know, the leader of Martin Luther King was woo, you know what I mean, people was overreading the files, you know what I mean, and taking the negative things, the operations, for face values, as if people was really actually doing that, when it was really JF Hoover lying. You feel what I'm saying? But Trump used that. See, the only reason why people are saying things about it is because they were trying to demonize him to make it seem like Kurt was better. You see what I'm saying? Here's another. It's like I said, I'm gonna show you and line it up so you can understand that it was Trump's decision to make these people bring out this false narrative that Charlie Kirk is better than, or just like Martin Luther King, but better. It's freedom of speech, but he got, assassinated, but he was better than Martin Luther King because this is what Martin Luther King was doing. You see what I'm saying? That's just on some hatred type shit. Once again, demonizing our leaders, trying to tear down the college, trying to make it seem like, crap. Remember, he said that the white kids was being having a disadvantage because the black kids was getting all the knowledge and the education, and he was gonna give the white boys reparation. Trump. It's all in the same play.
Yeah, I'm back. I got kicked out. But listen, I have to go. It's 2:00 in the morning, y'all. We done hung out all night, basically. But listen, I enjoyed myself. And as always, the seventh answer and myself, we love bringing it to you all straight with no chaser. This has been another episode of The Lion's Den. The conversation will continue, all talking about what's on our minds. We promised you. So in the meantime, in between time, hit the like and subscribe button. Share this show. Tell a friend to join you all next time. And on the Facebook and YouTube tip. We thank you for your viewing, chatting with us, and all that good stuff. And so, in parting, we want you to get up off your duff and always check things out for yourself. Because at the start and end of every day, it's going to be your spiritual, intellectual, and emotional responsibility to make sure you are also a wealth of information and also joining us on the anti-coon movement. And so in the spirit of Don Canese on the Hebrew tip, we always say to you all, Shalom, peace, Ahab, love, and the Posh. Watch over and protect your soul. And we are indeed up out of here. Or maybe we're not. Where's the cue music, hon?
Did you know Deborah was a judge of Israel, a warrior and a strong leader? She led the Israelites to victory against the Canaanites, a prophetess, a leader, her legacy supreme. She stood strong, guided her people with true leadership in a time of doubt and fear with a message so clear. Judges 4:6-7, and Deborah sent to call Barak the son of Abinoam out of Kadesh Naphtali and said unto him, Have not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, Go and draw towards Mount Tabor and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali and of the children of Zebulun. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God's plan, a dual male and female aligned, working together hand in hand, executing God's plan with purpose and command. As creators, stewards of the lands, reflecting God's image in every birth, united in every chapter of life with a shared vision. Together they achieve with precision and decision. Did you know Genesis 2:24? Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the most high children, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. From humble beginnings arise a mighty leader, with a spirit of courage and a heart of gold. He wielded his strength like a true divine leader, assembly 300 brave men who fought for what's right in a time of uncertainty. Gideon stood firm, a fiery lion spirit within him that burns, guiding him to victory. Yeah. Judges 8:22, the Israelites said to Gideon, rule over us, you, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian. 23, but Gideon told them, I will not rule over you, nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you. The Lord will rule over you. Gideon's silent, humble leadership is shown through several instances. His humility is further highlighted when he asked for a sign to confirm his calling, and later when he requested another sign involving a fleece. Additionally, when Gideon was offered the opportunity to establish a dynastic rule, he declined, insisting that the Lord was the true ruler of Israel. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the most high children, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. The powerful message that empowers. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the most high children, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. From humble beginnings arise a mighty leader, with a spirit of courage and a heart of gold. He wielded his strength like a true divine leader, assembly 300 brave men who fought for what's right. In a time of uncertainty, Gideon stood firm, a fiery lion spirit within him that burns, guiding him to victory.